Good morning. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is hereby called to order. And I just want to say a special good morning to colleagues, testifiers, viewing and listening audiences. Welcome to today's committee hearing. Before us today on the agenda, we have the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, and the Office of Highway Safety. I'm looking forward to a productive discussion this morning into the afternoon. I promise not to keep you here all day. Before we get started, please allow me to remind individuals that April month is Alcohol Awareness Month. Right, 4-5? And as we get ready to start the St. Thomas Fete, I just want to remind everyone to let's do it all in moderation. Yesterday, April 18th, we also nationally celebrated National Lineman Appreciation Day. And so I want to tip my hat and salute and thank all those individuals, men and women, because we know we have some line women as well, working to keep our utilities going in the territory, those from WAPA, those from VIA, and any other entity that provide assistance with regards to our utilities. I say a great big thank you to you all. We're also looking forward to hearing from the police department your plans for the upcoming carnival activities in the St. Thomas, St. John district, the plans, traffic plans, security plans, whatever it is you need to convey to the public. We're hoping that we could get some information today on that. And again, I ask, I beg, I plead with the community as we start the carnival season. I ask you to be your brother's keeper, be the eyes and ears for everyone, and let's not smear this carnival season with any nonsense whatsoever. VIPD, I am counting on you to be vigilant, stand fast, and back up each other. Do what you must, do what you do best, do what you're trained to do, and let's keep this carnival season as safe and secured for everyone. This meeting was also called before the violence that we saw last weekend here on St. Croix. But of course, I'm hoping to also hear some initiatives and whatnot so that the community can be safe. Comfortable in knowing that the police department is on top of things and will be handling these matters. Also about initiatives where we used to see police at different nightclub areas once they're supposed to be closed, and see the blue lights going and having a police presence in the area. So again, I'm looking forward to a good discussion here this morning, and to enlighten the public as well was some of the good things that's going on within the agencies. At this time, Madam Clerk, first off, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. If you can tell us from who first and then proceed.
Letter from the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, letter dated April 14, 2023, to Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Dear Senator Gittens, the Law Enforcement Planning Commission is in receipt of your invitation to present an overview of the agency before the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Regrettably, LEPC will not be available to present on Wednesday, April 19, 2023, as the date conflicts with a prior obligation. Kindly advise if there is information of a specific nature that can be provided in the absence of in-person or written testimony. Thank you for your attention and consideration. Regards, Angela Lloyd Campbell, Director. That's the end of the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do you have the invitation letter before you that was sent out to these respective agencies inviting them? I mean, if you don't have it in front of you, that's fine. I just wanted to see the date. If my staff is listening, excuse me?
Invitations were sent on April 3rd.
April 3rd, thank you. So April 3rd, we sent invitations to all the agencies for April 19th hearing, and now we have this letter from LEPC just 4 days so before the hearing that they're not available. This is not a good look as we're trying to assess the respective agencies. So I just want to encourage agencies, when you get a timely notice, please try your best to be part of the hearing, because that's the only way that the legislature can truly assist you before you come here for budget season. All right? Because we need to discuss what's good going on in your agencies, what's your shortfalls, etc., so that we could start planning as to what we need to look for within the budget. But thank you for that, and you stated that that was the only correspondence, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At this time, can I get a roll call, please?
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Media, can you turn on the mics of the senators so that if they're on St. Thomas, we could hear them responding? Thank you. Just for the roll call. You can start again, Madam Clerk.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Okay. He's okay. St. Thomas Chambers, I'm not hearing. I could see you waving, but I'm trying to get a test to see if we'll be able to hear.
Senator Bolquez present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
I see him waving as well.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Here.
Senator Gittens present. Mr. Chair, you have 7 members present.
Thank you. Media, before I ask the testifiers to identify themselves, can we try to test the connectivity between St. Croix and St. Thomas, please, as we are unable to hear anything right now on the St. Croix end?
It's a bad Sunday.
Can we get a systems check on St. Thomas again?
Mic check.
Testing. Good morning.
Okay, I'm hearing the testifiers. Senator Fonseca, can you test your mic for me, please?
Testing.
Thank you. Great. So we have connectivity at this time. Thank you all. I'll start in the St. Croix chambers for everyone here to identify themselves, and then we'll move to St. Thomas. We start from my left here, Ms. McIntosh. If you could just pull the mic to you and state your name and title on the record, please. No, pull the mic all the way.
Good morning.
Yeah, but pull the mic to you.
Good morning. Andrea Bryan McIntosh, VIPD, Director of Facility Management and Properties.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Didier Hughes III, Special Project Manager for the Virgin Islands Police Department.
And I didn't get that name. I'm sorry.
Didier Hughes III.
Yeah, Hughes. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Florence Clarsent, Federal Grant Coordinator, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
Houston Cornelius, VIPD, Deputy Chief, St. Croix District.
AKA 45. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Sidney Elsko, Acting Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you. And you said it acting?
I am still in an acting position.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Dwayne Richards, Director of Human Resources.
Mr. Richards, thank you. Welcome. On St. Thomas, you could start from any end of the table and move to the next end. Please speak directly into the mic.
And Rosalind Jarvis. Testing.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning, Captain Rosalind Jarvis, Traffic Commander, St. Thomas St. John District.
Good morning, Daphne O'Neill, Director, Office of Highway Safety.
Good morning, Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems.
Good morning, Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water Island District.
Good morning, Mario Brooks, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good morning, Jason Moss, Deputy Commissioner, Professional Standards.
Good morning, Carolyn Watley, Director of Planning, Research, and Records.
Good morning, Clayton Brown, Deputy Chief, St. John.
Thank you to all of you and welcome. Who will be taking the lead on the testimony? I think we'll start from Ms. Director O'Neill. Is it O'Neill? I'm sorry. Yeah, Director O'Neill from Office of Highway Safety. We'll start with your testimony, and then before we move, who will be taking the lead for VIPD?
Assistant Commissioner Elsko.
Okay, Assistant Commissioner. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can I get you to read today's agenda into the record, and then we'll start with Ms. O'Neill.
Yes, Mr. Chair. To members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, from Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, dated April 19, 2023, revised committee hearing agenda. Please be advised that the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety has scheduled a legislative hearing for 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 19, 2023, in the Fritz Lowetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. The committee is expected to receive overview testimony from varying departments and agencies. Block 1, 10 a.m. The committee will receive overview testimony from the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, Office of Highway Safety, and the Virgin Islands Police Department regarding updates on the office's operations, capital projects, and initiatives. They will also receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Police Department regarding, yet not limited to, updates on the department's operations, capital projects, initiatives, disaster recovery, deployment strategies, and training and recruitment efforts. Testifiers, Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department. Angela Lloyd Campbell, Director, Law Enforcement Planning Commission. Daphne O'Neill, Director, VI Office of Highway Safety. End of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director O'Neill, we'll start with your testimony. Please just speak directly into the mic. You may recognize the mic of Director O'Neill, please.
Senator Gittens, members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Daphne O'Neill, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Highway Safety. The Office of Highway Safety, a unit within the VIPD, manages federal funds appropriated through two U.S. Department of Transportation subdivisions, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, and the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. NHTSA, through sections 402 and 405, funds the program areas of planning and administration, impaired driving, occupant protection, traffic records, and police traffic services. FMCSA funds the commercial vehicle safety program area. When fully staffed, the unit is comprised of the director, a compliance officer, a fiscal officer, 6 program coordinators, an IT analyst, a traffic records technician, and an administrative assistant. The office currently has 6 vacant positions. For fiscal year 2023, the Office of Highway Safety has awarded 17 projects totaling $3,131,743 to our subrecipients, to include both public and private entities. As our focus is primarily education and outreach, the unit has provided trainings and certifications for 33 child passenger safety technicians, 47 drug interdiction assistant certifications, 13 commercial vehicle inspectors, 18 VIPD staffers on data-driven approaches to crime and traffic safety, and 14 officers on the use and deployment of the intoximeter instrument. In addition, the unit conducted a traffic symposium and advanced marijuana impaired driving detection training for members of the VIPD traffic bureaus. During the past year, the Office of Highway Safety has conducted several outreach interactions with our elementary and high schools. We've participated in the annual agricultural fair and distributed 150 child passenger safety seats throughout the territory at no cost to the public. In an effort to increase public engagement in traffic safety, the office solicited community partnership to obtain booster seats to augment the shortage in the territory. Thus far, that solicitation has resulted in committed partnerships from private citizens, medical professionals, several businesses, and a sorority. Through print, television, and social media, the Office of Highway Safety has utilized local musical groups, a nationally recognized athlete, and VIPD officers to produce traffic safety videos and audio messaging to remind the residential and visiting community to continuously practice traffic safety by wearing your seatbelt, not driving impaired, practicing pedestrian safety, not speeding, and to overall share the road safely. We maintain that traffic safety is our #1 priority. Together with the other members of the VA Police Department, I am available for any questions.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. We'll proceed over to Acting Assistant Commissioner Elsko. You may proceed.
Good morning to the Chair, the Honorable Kenneth Gittens, legislative body and staff, members of the VIPD executive team, and to the members of the listening and viewing audience. My name is Sidney Elsko, Acting Assistant Commissioner of Police for the United States Virgin Islands Police Department. We We thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding the organization's current capital projects, disaster recovery status, current operational status, training, and recruitment efforts. The Virgin Islands Police Department has made several progressive advancements in how we serve the public and continue to address the #1 problem plaguing the community. That problem is gun-related violence. Regarding operations, the Operations Division, managed by Chiefs of Police in St. Thomas, St. John District, and St. Croix districts, have been successful and made significant advances in solving and preventing crimes by nurturing a closer relationship with the community we serve. Chief Phillip on St. Thomas and Chief Santos on St. Croix, and I'd be remiss if I did not mention DC Deputy Chief Cornelius, who is right next to me, and also Deputy Chief Clayton Brown in St. John, have employed a focused deterrence approach to solving crimes and preventing criminal activity before it happens. A focused, intelligence-led approach to law enforcement is essential to our current environment. Simplified law enforcement is the examination of patterns. The Virgin Islands Police Department is now more dependent on utilizing intelligence to determine how we deploy our resources. The United States Virgin Islands is not a lawless land, which is ripe for sporadic criminal activity that cannot be predicted. The peaceful, law-abiding citizens of the United States Virgin Islands are victimized by a small section of the community, recidivists who capitalize on the loopholes of an organized system of lawful due process, and a common mindset which plagues small communities. That mindset being one which understandably causes our residents to shy away from reporting criminal activity, fearing as a result they may become victims of criminal activity themselves. The chiefs now have access to technology that acts as a nameless electronic witness that is fearless and cannot be threatened. Those technologies include visual traffic surveillance and gunfire detection sensors, commonly referred to as ShotSpotter. To date, there has been several operations across the territory that have been successful in netting numerous illegal firearms. We will continue to focus on the transportation of those firearms along the highways of the Virgin Islands, because it is through this practice that those firearms are being utilized for crimes of a deadly nature. Efforts to improve relations between the community and the police department have yielded results greater than expected. The chiefs and executives in the Criminal Investigation Bureau have noted an increase in community involvement, which have led to an improved case closure rate. Our gratitude to the people of the Virgin Islands for their support cannot be put into words. It is through this much improved relationship that we will continue to realize a reduction in gun violence in our community. Regarding information technology, Virgin Islands Police Department is working with the Bureau of Information Technology and Property and Procurement on the contractual process for an in-car mobile routing and network connection project to improve our communication capabilities. The solution will enable officers' network access to key resources such as our incident and accident reporting systems while out in the field. In simpler terms, this means an officer will have the capability to write reports in their assigned vehicles. They will be able to remain on post instead of spending long periods of time off the street while completing administrative duties. The department has deployed several body-worn cameras to support daily operations. The body-worn camera solution enables the department with an efficient process to share the video footage within a secure environment to the prosecutor's office and other entities. And most importantly, the asset ensures accountability on behalf of our employees and the community we serve. Currently, every uniformed officer of the Virgin Islands Police Department is equipped with a body-worn camera. Additional funding has been requested through the Bureau of Justice Assistance to expand our body-worn camera program to outfit all sworn personnel with a body-worn camera. Body-worn cameras will also be loaned to officers from outside agencies that partner with VIPD. The ShotSpotter program coverage area has been expanded in the Virgin Islands. The department is working with the vendor on testing the integration of cameras with the ShotSpotter system. This will enable the cameras that are in the coverage area of the sensors to provide visual coverage for the alerts, thereby improving our already efficient gunfire detection and response system. Regarding the Real-Time Crime Center, the Virgin Islands Police Department is currently undergoing the initial plans to establish its Real-Time Crime Center, or otherwise known as RTCC, within the Virgin Islands. The RTCC will offer cutting-edge technological approaches to crime-fighting capabilities and will assist VIPD with other law enforcement entities with another crime-fighting tool. The current approach consists of partnering with one of the leading software companies in establishing real-time crime centers. In the upcoming weeks, we are moving forward with conversations with different vendors for the build-out of the center and location solidification. It has been the vision of Commissioner Ray Martinez to build and commission an RTCC in either district. The RTCC will provide the Virgin Islands Police Department with enhanced situational awareness, improved crime prevention and reduction, improved agency collaboration, enhanced investigative capabilities, data-driven decision-making, and enhanced community engagement. Regarding training, law enforcement training is essential to ensure that officers have the abilities and expertise required to professionally protect and serve their communities, reduce risks, ensure officer safety, and advance public safety in order to support law enforcement agencies' role of upholding public safety and maintaining public trust. Thorough and ongoing training programs are crucial. There is an ever-present need to recruit new, qualified individuals to serve as peace officers, as well as keeping current officers trained at optimal levels. The foundation of everything this organization does rests upon knowledge. This is the responsibility of our training division. Currently, there's a class of 14 recruits on each island. On St. Thomas, there are 9 candidates for the position of police officer and 4 on St. Croix. There are 7 candidates for the position of police auxiliary in each district. The remainder on each island are being trained for the position of peace officer in other government agencies. They include the Port Authority, Superior Court, Bureau of Corrections, Waste Management, the Legislature, and the Executive Security Unit. Recruiting has been a challenge. We have launched an aggressive recruiting effort with the goal of increasing the number of sworn personnel in the department. We have seen an increase of auxiliary officer interest to the police department. We have also implemented a community service officers program, otherwise known as CSO. The program was initially started to bridge the gap of time of personnel who had successfully completed the application process, but were in standby mode awaiting the start of an academy. It has now grown into a process that has provided the department with critically slotted employees who, by the time of graduation from the police academy, are now experienced in that area of previous CSO assignment. Recently, the Noise Pollution Control Act had been passed, and we are in the process of acquiring noise meter devices, as well as providing the certification and training for those devices. It is our goal to ensure that our personnel have the necessary equipment to enforce this law effectively. We anticipate that there will be challenges, but as always, we are confident that we will prevail. As a primary law enforcement agency within the United States Virgin Islands, we have prepared to respond to active shooter events, which have become all too common on the mainland. In November of 2022, the training division held a real-life active shooter scenario training in both districts. Officers were paired up for training purposes and were required to respond to an active shooter scenario. We utilized theatrical methods such as visual effects and realistic blank ammunition, typically known as simunition, systems to ensure that this process was as real as possible. This type of training placed the officers in real-life scenarios, and they were evaluated on their response. The evaluations were done by certified use of force instructors. In January of 2023, officers and supervisors attended simulator training in both districts. Officers were evaluated by certified use of force instructors. The scenarios were developed to be consistent with each officer's current assignment and were made to be as realistic as possible. Regarding capital projects, the Patrick Sweeney Police Headquarters project on St. Croix is well underway. Concept design for the project has begun, and a conceptual design package will soon be presented. Soil studies are to be continued once the concept design is approved by the department. The current project status of the Alexander Farrelly Justice Center is that we are pending FEMA Program Delivery Management Group review. The VIPD has made some temporary repairs in order to continue using the building. When permanent repairs are scheduled, temporary space will be needed to relocate daily operations of the VIPD and the Bureau of Corrections. Project completion is estimated for 2026. The Leander Jurgen Command Police Station project awaits completion of as-built drawings As with the Farrelly complex, it is our goal to relocate operations to a temporary location while the repairs are being completed on the Jurgen Command building. The Virgin Islands Police Department is making great progress on the St. Croix Motor Pool and Training Academy's generator projects. The Department of Public Works has delivered the designs and federal consistency report following our pre-application meeting that was held on February 28th, 2023. All generator buildings will be elevated to prevent flooding-related damage. Designs are 90% complete, and we plan to receive the full designs before the end of the month. The department successfully completed the implementation of the body-worn cameras program. From the $300,000 grant, the department has purchased over 200 body-worn cameras, conducted training on the deployment and proper use of those units, and developed a body-worn camera policy. This grant has met all grant requirements and is currently in the closeout process. The department is currently working on a capital improvement project totaling $1.5 million to purchase over 200 cameras, which consist of fixed cameras, point tilt zoom cameras, otherwise known as PTZ, and license plate reader cameras. These cameras will be affixed in clusters at key locations on the islands of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. The cameras will be further supported with the addition of shot spotter sensors to further bolster VIPD's response time and effectiveness in fighting crime in the territory. To date, the department continues to partner with the Bureau of Information Technology to secure a contract with a vendor that meets all federal grant requirements and has the capacity to undertake such a large project. Once the contract is executed, the department will begin the procurement process to continue the administration of the grant. Again, regarding recruitment, our Human Resources Division has led the charge. The Human Resources Office of the Virgin Islands Police Department is actively engaged in efforts to strengthen our workforce, as well as enhance the morale of our dedicated officers and staff, civilian staff. Our participation, our participation in career fairs hosted by the Division of Personnel and the Department of Labor in each district, combined with a recent recruitment survey, all contribute to building a strong, capable, and motivated team committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of our community. Approximately 2 months ago, Human Resources conducted a recruitment survey via local internet media to collect data that will assist in refining and enhancing our recruitment efforts. This invaluable information will enable us to better understand the factors that motivate individuals to join our force and guide us in designing targeted campaigns that resonate with prospective officers. Alongside our recruitment initiatives, the Human Resources Department has organized a variety of employee appreciation events aimed at boosting morale and fostering a sense of camaraderie among our dedicated employees. These events are crucial in recognizing the tireless work of our team members who serve our community with unwavering commitment and professionalism. It has become a priority to promote career advancement within our ranks. In order to further support career growth and development, our department is moving forward with promotion examinations conducted by the Division of Personnel. Those exams are for the position of captain, lieutenant, and sergeant, territory-wide. This important step recognizes the hard work and dedication of our officers and provides them with opportunities for advancement, ultimately contributing to a more experienced and knowledgeable leadership team. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands Police Department would like to emphasize, in order to win the war on violent crime, the community and all territorial law enforcement agencies must remain unified. We are all in this together. The members of the Virgin Islands Police Department are committed to creating a safe environment for everyone. The men and women of the Virgin Islands Police Department remain dedicated to the mission of increased safety and security. And I would like to thank this body for the opportunity to testify today. The team and I are now available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Elsko. Before I take a quick 3-minute recess, I want to recognize the presence of non-committee member, my St. Croix colleague, Senator Diane T. Capehart. Welcome. Thank you for joining us on this important discussion. We'll take a quick 3-minute recess, and if there's any other members that joined us on St. Thomas, please let me know. Thank you. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will take a recess, 3 minutes. the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for, what's today? Wednesday, April 19th, 2023 is back on record. The speaking order for today, the first round will be a 7-minute round. We'll start with Senator Francis Heiliger, followed by Senator Bolkes, Senator Johnson, Senator DeGraff, Vice Chair Fonseca, Senator James, Senator Capehart, and anyone else who may join us thereafter. But before I recognize Senator Francis Heiliger, I wanted to ask Director O'Neill specifically that you spoke to 6 vacant positions within your office, at the Office of Highway Safety. I wanted to know if these vacancies were posted anywhere. I'm unable to, and my staff is unable to see any vacancies posted with the Virgin Islands Police Department regarding these vacancies with your office or even with the Division of Personnel. What are you doing to recruit for those 6 positions, and what are those positions? Pull the mic down. Pull the mic down to you so you don't be stretching up there. All right.
Senator, we go through our Human Resources Department unit. I'm sorry. So I will refer this question to Director Richards.
Okay. But at the same time, before I ask Director Richards, you have communicated with Director Richards of these 6 vacancies?
Yes, I have.
What are those vacancies?
We have vacancies at the compliance officer, the traffic records program coordinator, the administrative assistant, the IT analyst.
And at the same time, tell me which district these, for the viewing and listening audience that wants to apply for these positions that may be qualified. What's the district as well?
All of these positions are territorial, so anybody from any district can apply.
Okay, I hope so now.
That is correct.
Okay.
Even if you're in St. Croix,
Right.
you're territorial, so you travel to St. Croix, St. Thomas, you travel throughout the territory to conduct the program.
Okay, excellent. I just don't want for individuals to apply and then they say, oh, it's in the other district. But Director Richards, can you speak to that, please? Because I'm almost sure that when you apply for these positions, it's broken down by district. Director Richards is here on St. Croix Media. If you could recognize his mic, please. Thank you. Try it again. Media, St. Croix, Director Richards' mic. Try it.
Testing.
There you go.
Okay. Director Richards, Human Resources. When it comes to highway safety vacancy, we just had a vacancy posted for motor carrier coordinator. A listing came down this week for 3 individuals. As it speaks to the other position, which was law enforcement liaison, we recently did a hire for that, which was onboarded last week. And relevant to the other positions, resumes are currently being reviewed at Government House.
Okay, but I want you to speak to the 6 vacancies that the director is speaking of. Where are these posted, or are they going to be posted, and when?
Currently, they're territorial, so either district, it doesn't matter. Whichever the best candidate gets the position.
Director, when will they be posted?
Currently, Government House is reviewing the vacancies and see if they have any resume that fits the positions.
So that's how we recruit now, through Government House? I'm not understanding that. I'll move to the next, to this first senator. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize.
It means the best candidate mightn't get it if we don't pick and choose it, and who gonna do it. Usually it has a whole entire personnel department, and it's called advertising, but I digress. Good morning to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good morning to the testifiers. My first set of questions, during the testimony that was read into the record, one of the things you spoke about how the involvement in closer interaction with the community and how this is supposed to help the police department. Have you seen any major changes since that interaction, has started?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator. We have seen immense change. I had the chiefs here with me today, and I would like them to speak about that. Let's begin with Deputy Chief Cornelius.
Senator, good morning. Cornelius St. Croix. Yes, in terms of with the public, yes, we have noticed an increase. They speak to us more and give more information as it relates to incidents that are occurring in our territory.
And has this helped you guys to solve any crimes? Because now you're getting more information for the public. Is it assisting you in that way?
Definitely, Senator. It is.
Okay. Anyone from the St. Thomas St. John district?
Stephen Philip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water District. Yes, I've seen a great increase of partnership with the community. This year in the St. Thomas District, we started off kind of rough with actually 7 homicides. With that being said, during that 7 homicides, we actually got 4 homicides solved. Arrests was made out of those 7 homicides. And that was the involvement of the community. Community coming out and letting us, the police department, know what is happening. The community is frustrated. We are frustrated. So they're out there and they actually give me a call or they call somebody who they trust. And we get in the job done.
I am very happy to hear that, because one of the things we've always noted that when a community is they feel safe or they're trusting more of law enforcement, you're going to get these types of results. And that is where we need to continue pushing towards. One of the things, I live up in Canton area. Sometimes I am up by Round the Field area. And up in that area seems to be a hotbed for bullets and guns and noises. I'm literally sometimes at night trying to figure out the types of guns these things are. And some of them don't sound like normal weapons. They sound like you're on a battlefield. But the one thing I don't ever seem to hear is a siren coming right after. I literally don't hear it. I don't hear any interaction as to police presence shows up. I just don't hear it. So can someone tell me, with these spot shotters and all these different types of new changes and policies that you guys are attempting to do, how do we improve this and trying to get some of these weapons off of the street?
Well, Stephen Phillip again, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water District. When shots are being fired in certain areas, we want to understand, Irene, officer safety, one is paramount in anything we do. Basically, we investigate, and we have our intel units. And actually, we've been successful in making some arrests in individuals actually in certain areas. And this is an ongoing situation. The firearms are coming in to our territory all the time. We do different initiatives with our federal partners where we do enforcement at the airport and different areas of the island. So we're out doing our different initiatives, and it's actually working out with the ShotSpotter technology, because with the ShotSpotter technology, it tells us a location, an area, but not exact area actually where it is. But we're upgrading with the ShotSpotter technology in the future, and we'll get some good stuff coming out of that technology. I won't say everything because, bad guys listen to the Senate
I
also
totally
too.
understand that. I want to talk about how police department deals with mental health issues. I have had several encounters with individuals that have either done crimes around my property, and I get it. We have a serious issue with trying to figure this balance out between the court system and assisting them and having a facility for them to be able to get the help they need. I'm going to talk a little bit about a personal experience, because one of my family members is dealing with a mental health issue. And in my attempts to assist them, I literally followed the procedure of law where we did the paperwork to try to get them to the hospital so we could get a diagnosis as to what was happening with this individual. And I didn't realize two things happened. One, I realized how potentially dangerous that law is because it's so open. It is scary because the same way I genuinely was doing it to help someone malicious could use it to be vindictive. So it has to be cleaned up. But what also happened was in attempting to follow how the law was written,
2 minutes.
I called the police department. They told me to bring in the paperwork and I would get some assistance in getting this person to the hospital. When one officer showed up, I handed them the paper. I explained to them the help I need. The officer spent more of his time trying to convince me not to use that document because they were concerned about the stress of trying to go through this documentation and all the trouble the police department gets with using these types of medical documentation. And it's easier for me to just file a report against them and just have the person arrested. I said, what I will not do, I am aware this individual has mental issues. What I'm not going to do is put a criminal record against another Black person just so to make your job easier. Do you know what the officer did? The officer then refused to take the medical paperwork, walked over to my car, threw it back into my car up on top of my dashboard and drove off. Apparently, he wasn't aware I was an elected official. So when I picked up the phone and called into the police department to explain to them what happened, I am a citizen that followed the law. I had an officer that refused not only to follow the law, he pitched the paper back in my car and drove off and said me touching this with a 10-foot pole. Shortly after, 6 officers arrived and I was able to get the family member to the hospital, get him the help he needs, which is going to be continuing because he was able to get diagnosis and they're going to be able have to get help for the rest of their lives. But I have a problem where if I was not a senator that picked up and called back and identified who I was, would I have been gotten the same help? Because if you treated me this way, I can't imagine what y'all doing to the average citizen in this territory. So I need to know what kind of sensitivity training is going to be happening in the police department. Have you identified to create a unit or something to start helping with these individuals that have mental issues that you're supposed to do the law to assist? I'm trying to figure that part out.
And time was called, but you may conclude.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. I will let them answer on your time. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Assistant Commissioner Olsko. Any problem that exists in the department, we must own it. We can always do better. Your situation and anybody else that's listening, if you experience something that you feel that could have been done better, I ask that you make a complaint to the department because that is the only way that we can fix these issues. I personally had a recent conversation with the Department of Health Commissioner Encarnacion, where we discussed the idea of creating a liaison position between the Department of Health and the PD. Because the police department, we are trained to bring situations under control. And sometimes the waters get muddy when it comes to a person with a psychological ailment. So thank you for that. That is something that's been addressed.
Thank you.
If I may, Deputy Commissioner Jason Marsh, Senator, just in response, so the department does have crisis intervention training, and we also just certified 2 individuals in mental health first aid. That was done within the past month. So they, in turn, will put on some of the training for the department as well to aid in that. Thank you.
Thank you for the responses. And when we have good reports like that with people being certified in these positions, we need to brag about these individuals. These are our people. We need to say who they are, what they were certified in, etc. So for the future, just let's highlight our employees on these certifications. Thank you. for your responses. Senator Balkes, at-large senator, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Central
morning.
staff. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And of course, good morning to the Virgin Islands Police Department. And thank you for providing your overview testimony today. And while I am not a law enforcement officer, I have a great deal of respect for the men and women that serve this community and our territory. And I'm also aware of the strong relationships that they must have and have mutual respect and trust between the police agency and the communities in order to serve and provide that critical public safety and, of course, effective policing. The department has to rely on the cooperation of the community members to provide information about crimes in their neighborhoods and to work with the police to devise solutions for the problems that cause disorderness in our society. So my question, I want to begin by saying, how is the department ensuring that community trust and cooperation is at the forefront of your mission goals?
Yeah, Assistant Commissioner.
Proceed.
Was that for me? Proceed. Okay, so Assistant Commissioner Elska here. That is something, I lost my train of thought.
Very well, very well. We can.
This should be the end of your question.
We have the answer over here. Could you please hold my time, Mr. Chair?
Good morning to the general public, senators, Assistant Commissioner Mario Brooks. So one of the things that when Commissioner Martinez first came on board, he met with his senior leadership, and his goal was to foster a very healthy trust relationship with the community. That was the forefront of, and if you remember his testimony prior to coming on board. So we sat and we came up with different methods and so forth, how we can, get out into the community. As you can see, if you've been following in the media, see things like Deputy Chief Cornelius, with many different community-oriented programs out there, and as well as Chief Philip and the other entities within the department. So our goal is basically to build that trust. I think Senator Helliger mentioned it. With trust, the community now feels a lot more welcome. They feel a lot more open to come to the police as we can. And pretty much everyone on this platform, we receive some calls at some point or the other relative to some crime and how we could assist. So building that trust is very important. So we basically have these community-oriented programs to just reach out and engage the community, touch the flesh, and so forth, to ensure that we can build that trust.
I'm looking forward to seeing those continued efforts. I also noticed in your testimony that there was no indication on the consent decree. Is the department still in non-compliance of the 6 previous requirements?
Yes, we are still on the consent decree, and we're prepared to testify regarding our status. Deputy Commissioner Jason Marsh, could you take that question?
Yeah, Deputy Commissioner Marsh. So yes, we are still in non-compliance with six paragraphs recommended by the monitoring team. We're also in the process of transitioning from the past monitoring team to a new one. The past monitoring team was there for over 10 years. We had difference of views. So we decided to change the team so we can have a fresh look. And this team is actually aiding us in processes that can help us gain compliance a lot quicker.
Okay, very well, thank you. And before I ask the next question, according to Fair Labor Standards Act, there's no limitation on how many hours an employee can work a week. However, with long extended work hours, you can see things like fatigue, poor work for performance, absenteeism, emotional distress, just to list a few. When are we going to foresee that we're going to have officers back on an 8-hour shift? Is that something in the foreseeable future?
Based on the resources that we have, we do not see that happening anytime soon. It takes time to develop resources in the form of personnel. And right now, that's not something we see returning anytime soon.
Okay, very well. I get concerned about morale, and the previous senator mentioned her experience, and perhaps it could have been tied to something of that nature. I hope that you keep that on the forefront of how you want to move forward operations-wise for the department. I want to shift gears over to St. John, and I know that the Jurgen Command on St. John is going to be rebuilt. It's 100% FEMA funding. What is the delay in trying to get out of that command into the rental building so that that process can begin?
Our property manager, Mrs. McIntosh, can take that question.
Good morning, Andrea Brian McIntosh, Director of Facilities, VIPD. Right now, we are currently in conversations with several locations for our personnel to move out of that building. We did have something or somewhere identified, so we're still in conversations with those landlords for that location, for that district.
Is there expiration on the FEMA funding for that location to be built?
And right now, Mr. Hughes, do you have that? If I might pass it over to
Mr. Hughes, Special Project Manager. I don't believe so, but we did fill out the time extension. So we were able to extend the timeline for that FEMA funding till 2026.
Very well. I just, I grew concerned. I visited a number of commands last year, and I've seen a number of concerns. And of course, on the island of St. John, we have our share of concerns there too with that location. And I'm hoping that we can get that done for the officers who utilize that building on a daily basis. Concerning the boat, there's a MOU for a boat also in the St. Thomas, St. John district for the VIPD. What's the status of that MOU?
Assistant Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, good morning. Assistant Commissioner Brooks again. So we are in the process. That vessel is currently being repaired. I know your concern. It's been a concern of ours for quite a while, and that's bridging that gap between St. Thomas and St. John. We saw the need, and we were able to, through some support through the federal partners, acquire a vessel. So we're in the process right now of having that vessel prepared for deployment. So I expect to see that in the very near future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time, and thank you for the answers, Virgin Islands, the Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Assistant Commissioner, am I clear that you... let me ask it this way. What are the shifts being worked in both districts?
I'd like to refer that to the chiefs. It is a 12-hour shift, but they can give you more details.
Okay, no, I don't want to get too specific. I just want to make sure that it's 12-hour shifts and it's happening in both districts?
Yes, sir.
What I want to ask from your HR division is, I don't want the number on record, but I want a listing of all active personnel, sworn and civilian, and I want the numbers to show those active versus inactive, who's on leave. If they're on extended leave, I expect to see who's on extended leave. If they're on unpaid leave, I want to see that as well.
Yes, sir. That is something that we can deliver.
Thank you. And let me just make sure that the Director of HR understands my request.
Yes.
Thank you. And I would like to get that by close of business tomorrow. Thank you. Senate, I lost my listing.
You know it's me with that.
At this time, I think we just heard from Senator Bolkes, so now we'll hear from Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 7 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to the testifier. When politics get inside of this agency, we have a problem. We have a problem. because they got to be the best next man up. So I want to ask the Director of HR, you spoke about these positions that are up in Government House. Are you saying that someone is selected and waiting for Government House to approve, or Government House is trying to make the selection for you?
Good day, Dwayne Richards, Director of HR. Currently, all these positions are exempt positions. So there's a number of resumes that have been submitted to Government House of people looking for a job. So they're currently going through those resumes to see if any of those positions fit the position. Then they'll forward it on to our office to conduct interviews. If we don't select anybody, then we move forward in advertising through Division of Personnel.
I think that's in the reverse. I think you guys should be making the selection based on qualification and the person that you interviewed first, and then be sent to Government House. I think that's the reverse. Doesn't sit well with me at all. I still am not seeing enough police presence in the town area. Only when there's a cruise ship. I need protection for my people too. Somebody help me out with this. What's the status and the reason why we're not seeing police presence in our town, but only when cruise ship come in? We got to protect us first. And whoever come in, yes, definitely protect them. So somebody help me with that, please.
Deputy Chief Cornelius, would you like to address that question?
Yes, Cornelius St. Croix. Senator, just like you when it comes to protecting our own, I am with you with that. Now, as it pertains to your concern, because of manpower, sometimes what we are all looking for, that's a little bit of what the hardship that we have. We have a bike unit, and the bike unit have X amount of manpower on it, and they are set in the different towns. We have for Christiansted and we have for Frederiksted. With that also, the team, the SWAT team, they are meant to assist in what we are looking for, to look out for our men and women within this territory or this district.
Well, I definitely gonna be looking for them because I can't tell the last time I see a policeman on a bicycle. But when they have events like the jump up and stuff like that, I see them on the little motorized bikes and stuff like that. But we have to find ways. If we can put them on a cruise ship is there, we have to find time to put them to protect our town and our people. There's no excuse. None.
Definitely.
Somebody want to respond for St. Thomas?
Well, sir, the same thing, very passionate about our community. I live in the community. I'm a member of the community, making sure we have resources downtown all the time. So, of course, we have a resource issue, a capacity issue, but we do find time to put people downtown to have that focus deterrent. Basically, what we do here in the Virginia Police Department now, a lot of things intel-driven. So what we do, we focus on where the needs at the time. So at certain areas, yes, they might not have cruise ship, but trust me, my men and women are someplace where the needs are. So we're intel-driven. We have a lot of the camera systems are up. So we are watching you. Okay. We are. That's all I'm going to say. We are watching you, and we know where the focus are in the St. Thomas district.
Now, on November 18th, there was a hearing in front of Judge Malloy. And the report states that VIPD has been slipping farther into non-compliance with the consent decree. Anybody wish to kind of clear up that type of message that came out?
Deputy Commissioner Mars. So yes, that was a hearing, but that was the IMT's recommendation. And if you read IMT's report, they have always documented some of use of force incidents. But the VIPD and the government has also always filed a response. So they may view it one way. We, on the other hand, will see where we have done constitutional policing compared to their view of it. Hence, one of the reasons we have changed monitoring teams to ensure that we are all doing it the right way to get out of this consent decree.
All right. Now, in this, I must say, I wish the commissioner well. I hope him for speedy recovery. But this is not the first time we asked to see him, and this is not the second time. And I respect anybody with sickness, time of sickness. Any of us don't know when it's going to come upon us. So I wish him well. But I definitely want to see him in the well. to answer these questions.
2
That
minutes.
is very, very serious and dear to me. If I may wrap up at this moment, Mr. Chair, on the second page, first paragraph, Virginians are victimized by a small section of the community. I keep hearing this for years now. And I tend to differ. Because if it's a small segment that's continuously violating us, why haven't we picked them up?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that.
Before your time is not finished, you know. She called 2 minutes.
Okay, good. Let me go. I thought she said time up. Go ahead. I'm ready to roll here today. Please, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I mentioned recidivism. Recidivist, for anyone that doesn't know, is somebody that's been in the criminal justice system over and over and over again. Those people are the people that, in my estimation, I truly believe are the ones that are victimizing this community. It happens again and again. You don't see a lot of new players, and I believe in that.
All right, this is one of my big problems that I have. Last week on the island of St. Croix, there was a lot of camping. Something y'all need to learn to do in St. Thomas. Get out and relax a little bit on the beach. And these folks with these four-wheel drive motorcycle are just running wild on our streets. And I'm not asking you to chase them, so I don't want to hear the response that we can't chase them. But I want you to tell me if the very basic law of this territory isn't, every motorized vehicle that's on our road should be licensed and registered to be on our road. If that is our basic law, why are we not enforcing these motorized vehicles that's going recklessly on our island? Someone lost their life about 3 weeks on St. Croix.
Time.
No helmet. Simple thing, helmets. The law. Why are we not enforcing these basic, simple laws? Because these things turn into bigger things. When one of these people with these four-wheel drive lick into my car and they don't have insurance, then I'm left to now fix my vehicle on my own. But I'm also left to be bearing that pain of someone dying running into my car. Why are we not enforcing these basic laws? Please give me a good answer.
Yes, Senator, thank you for that question. It infuriates me when I see and hear these illegal ATVs and motorcycles on the road. What it boils down to is resources and priorities. Like you said, we cannot chase a motorcycle. So it would take extra resources in the form of search warrants, arrest warrants, to pick up someone for operating a motorbike or an ATV on the road. So that is the problem. If we can get more resources behind it, this is a problem that we can address sooner.
If I may add to what ACSCO is talking about, so there's always room for improvement. We can all agree to that. There's always room for improvement. But if you do realize, if you look at most of the vehicles, and I do not, while we may not agree here at the Virginia Police Department, a vast majority of those vehicles are in fact licensed. If you can, they've seen ATVs, three-wheel vehicles that are quite low to the ground. They have plates from BMV on them. They are licensed.
I haven't seen one. They're loaded in St. Croix.
They're there.
These guys were wheeling till one of them fall off the bike. They were reckless driving. I call an officer and ask him to please disband a unit down here because somebody is going to get hurt. And a car did come, show up, stayed on the scene a while, then these guys move in different direction. Right. But most likely they went someplace else. Right. But I'm saying that, and I'm going to end on this. We're talking about resources, and I don't think you got a policeman that makes under $150,000 when he's done with overtime. So if we're spending all of this money in overtime, we should be having some results. Anybody can tell me, give me some information on how many citation tickets that are being issued out there. How many citations? Give me a little brief number of the amount of citations that are being issued, because when I was growing up, you got a ticket just for a broken tail light. Just for a broken tail light. And these are laws that are on our book. And my thing with this is, if we could nip the small things in the bud, we're gonna clean this place up. And that's how New York got cleaned up. By taking these little things, addressing them one by one, and sometimes it stops the bigger problem. So I think my time was called, so I'm gonna close and let you answer on the chair time the amount of citations we've been giving out with the amount of money that we've been paying out. Please, somebody help me.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure that we can provide you with the exact number of citations, but this is something that we can get to you at a later time.
Someone at St. Thomas has a little information for me.
You can hear me? Good morning, senators. Good morning to everyone listening. I can speak to the traffic unit in St. Thomas. We issue over an average of 300 citations a month. And of course, in doing enforcement and issuing citation, we still have people that continuously violate. While, it's difficult to chase these motorcycles, ATVs, because I have tried it, and they will go through the traffic and they will last you. I've chased one, two before, and they lose me within one block. But I could tell you this, I have instructed my officers, I have instructed the officers in the patrol divisions. When you make contact with these individuals, arrest them. All moving citations are arrestable offensive. I have done it. I have arrested an individual for operating a vehicle that was unregistered, uninsured. He had heavy tint on the vehicle. It went to court. The judge advised him that he had to pay $450 for these citations. So it can be done, and it has been done. But as to the actual number of citations issued, I could only speak to the traffic unit. We do enforcement. The SOB units are out there doing enforcement. And, we just still have people that are willful and blatant with it.
And I don't want to chase them, but however, when I had them parked up on the beach,
one sec,
they didn't fly there. They got landing, they drove there. Thank you.
Deputy Chief Cornelius would like to add to that answer.
Senator, I will add on the St. Croix side, as you have heard, the Virgin Islands Police Department has implemented an Officer of the Month program. And I could tell you about this officer that I'm looking at to be considered with our next young lady. And him alone for the month issued 77 citations, him alone. So I could tell you about him. And I know the traffic unit will add on top of that. But so just for him, I'm just giving you that number, 77 for him. Moving violation.
Thank you, Deputy. Point of inquiry, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as we elaborate and dialogue on this, my fellow colleague from Frederickstead brought up a very good point. My inquiry is the traffic camera systems that we have installed to see the traffic for stopping violations or even for plate readers. Do they have the capacity to identify when a motorist, such like on a motorcycle, is not wearing a helmet, for it to sort of send a signal to the police officers or have the video caught or, the data, like pull the data to see if this individual, he or she, does not have on a helmet while driving a motorcycle?
Kishana Tweed, I would say that is something that we'd have to test out as far as like objects. The system is capable of identifying objects and stuff like that. So we'll have to do some testing on that.
Okay, I only asked the question because I know that the department is in a very aggressive, technologically advanced mode in order to help facilitate officers' activity and how they work out in the field. If you're able to use that technology in that way, I think it would help solve the problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Someone responding? No,
Sorry, I don't know if you heard my response, Senator Giddens.
you may proceed.
Yes, I was telling the senator that we would take a look at that. The system is capable of identifying objects, and we will take a closer look of looking at, and also what Senator Johnson also identified about the license plates, missing license plates.
Thank you. The Committee on Homeland Security, before we take a quick recess, I wanted to recognize the presence of our esteemed Senate President, Senator Novalee Francis Jr. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And condolences to the family, the Jarvis family as well. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will take a quick 3-minute recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, April 19, 2023 is back on record. We just heard from Senator Johnson. Next up is Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listen, and present.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon? Morning still, 11:57.
12 noon.
Military time I on.
Yes, sir.
You know, they hegging me here to go on with PD. Ain't gonna happen in this lifetime. You know, there are a lot of things that happened in my 26 years of police, but in retrospect, when I joined May 11th, 1987, making $14,000, it was the best job in the world. The characters who come in and play the game, who mess it up for others, they get dealt with, you know, on their own time. But for the job that the police do, second to none. Anybody talk bad, but police have a problem with me. Period. It's on the record. And then when I look at the officers on the St. Croix end and the St. Thomas end, I remember when Deputy Chief Cornelius, they used to talk, but walk like a beast, you know, 24 hours a day, walk. You know, so I'm happy to see where we have come. There's some things in the police department I like to see fix and stuff, yeah, but again, we could work on them piece by piece. So there's two things I'm interested in here today. One, the police as a whole, the personnel, police department, and the civilian staff. How they being taken care of? I want to make sure the union contracts and everything are up to par. Do we still have a psychologist on duty for officers going through trauma and civilian staff? And then I want to find out about Carnival. 100% Carnival. So let's take the personnel first. Sworn personnel and civilian personnel. Let me hear about them, how they're being taken care of right now.
Director Richards, regarding personnel.
Director Richards, Human Resources. When it comes to both civilian and sworn, when it comes to contractual obligations, we just finished giving increases to the civilian staff to the USW contract. As it comes to PBA, we just got approval about a month ago. All those NOPRs are being processed to give the PBA their last increase. As it comes to LSU received the last increase last year. When it comes to morale between the civilians and the sworn, we've been having different events such as employee recognition luncheons. We just had our award ceremony took place about a month ago for St. Croix. St. Thomas is going to be planned. Is being planned. And we also have different recognitions for birthdays as well. So we are trying our best to recognize the officers and civilians and making sure we honor wherever we have in the contract for them.
That's good to hear, because I think that's where it begins. I think when you start in-house, then it trickles down to the community. As
2 minutes.
Special Operations Commander, I've always believed the way going forward to dealing with any situation is through traffic. Everybody driving cars. Captain Jarvis and I used to have those conversations. So now that we're seeing Carnival upon us, if you don't mind, Captain, you could give us some rundown on some of the issues in regard to people traversing through the St. Thomas district right now because of Carnival.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As far as the traffic for Carnival, of course, you know that there are certain roads that are blocked off, areas that are restricted from parking. There are certain areas that we barricade, and that's for the public and the public safety and security during these events. We have put out media information via radio, internet, Facebook, our page, to make sure that the public is aware of these restrictions when it comes to parking and as far as the roads that are closed. So we're hoping that the public is, you know, they comply with these rules and the regulations and make sure that they cooperate with us, because we're not out here trying to tow everybody car that's in violation, but we're expecting everyone to please cooperate with us, listen to us, follow the rules. If we say don't park in a special area, please don't park there so that, we can have a good carnival. You don't have to spend extra money that you don't.
Okay, so we're being as lenient as possible. Do we have any anything put aside for individuals who feel intoxicated, don't have a designated driver? Can they come to the police department and get a ride home, a safe ride home?
Well, we don't have a program like that in place. I know in the past it's been private entities that would provide that kind of service. And of course, with the resources that we have as far as giving someone a ride home if they're highly intoxicated or impaired, we're trying to educate the public. Again, April is Alcohol Awareness Month, and we're trying to ask everyone to drink responsibly. We know it's a festive time. Utilize a friend, a taxi, because if we have to provide a ride home, although we don't have anything set up, it's going to be a different ride. So.
Okay, and before my time is called, one, I like to ask the community that, I'll be the brother's keeper. If you see something, say something. Look out for, don't do things on a regular, don't go to ATM machines in the night by yourself. The body system, use it. And I think, I know VIPD Chief Philip, you had a community message for Carnival. I'd like to hear you take this opportunity free of charge and put a message out to the people for Carnival that you've been putting out on a regular, please.
Well, I just want the community to know, as Captain Jarvis just stated, if you drink responsibly. Have a designated driver. If you see something, say something. If like for the Uber Soca, we had an event. The event that happened, it went very well. Community members actually with excited saying, "I must hold it down." They hold it, they hold it down, and they actually get involved. So if you're walking with somebody, walk in a group. Because there are bad guys out there. I always say there's bad guys out there. So let's just be safe. And if you see something, just say something. Call 911. We have Crime Stoppers, 774-222 tips. And let us know, let the public know, let the VIP, the police department know that if something is happening and we are aware, we'll deal with it right away.
Okay, and just in closing, remember when people leave their homes to go to these events to have fun, they have to return home. So keep your eyes open also when you're returning home, that people don't want to take advantage of you while you're looking to go into your home.
Correct.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Vice Chair Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes, blessings, good afternoon to all the listening audience. Special welcome to all the distinguished testifiers here today. I like to see the police when they're in the black uniform. I know they have the special white. I see them at the funerals. I don't know exactly why, but my mother was a retired police corporate, rest her soul, she passed away. So I have a lot of respect for the badge and the commitment the police officers display to this community, And the Virgin Islands, I'm going to read a quote here from the testimony that was presented here by Acting Assistant Commissioner Mr. Elsko. The Virgin Islands is not a lawless land which is ripe for sporadic criminal activity that can be predicted. The peaceful, law-abiding residents of the Virgin Islands are victimized by a small section of the community, And, the silence of the good people, indirectly encourages this violence by, I'm going to call them the bad people, Why is there a need for, so much guns in the community? I did a little numbers, I like to come out with my numbers. I noticed that in 2020, there were 49 gun violence deaths. 2021, it went down, it was 46. 2022, it went down even more. It was 37. Well, you know, there's now 13 in the Virgin Islands. They got 6 on St. Croix and 7 on St. Thomas. If we extrapolate that out to the end of the year, we had 52. So that means this year, you know, hopefully things turn around quick, but we on pace to have a terrible gun violence year. You know, and the governor just a couple days ago, I think it was yesterday or the day before, the governor was even talking about this. You know, every time a trigger is pulled, it impacts the community. You know, I want to read something here because, you know, we have to look at the gun violence from different perspectives. You know, you have the family, of course. You have the friends. You know, you have the law enforcement. You know, the community as infected and is the victim. You know, just these numbers I'm telling you where they have 7 on St. Thomas, 6 on St. Croix. Well, guess what? They had a shooting. I'm not going to call the island, but 6 people got shot, only 2 died. So that number could have gone up 3-4. And then a couple weeks ago, it was the same thing. I think it was a 5 shooting and only 1 died. So we could be, you know, we in a lot of pain. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Virgin Islands, we in a lot of pain. So we need to assist our VIPD because we cannot be afraid to come to the PD. What I am seeing with the police department, they're honorable folks, and they are not going to call your name. There are programs set up where if you report criminal activity, you don't have to fear that you're going to be, you know, targeted and stuff. Our community has to help the police because every time a trigger is pulled, it affects everybody. Emotionally, etc., etc. But it also costs a lot of money. I'm going to give you a scenario. Just imagine you hear shots fired, bam, 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 bam. Well, guess what? The ambulance, the police got to race to the scene. Hopefully the person ain't died. The ambulance take them to the hospital. Well, guess what? Law enforcement get involved. Detectives get involved. You know, arrests, the Justice Department, the Bureau of Corrections, you got the courts, you got judges, they got arguing in court, you know, people jailed, pre-trial. You know, just a couple weeks ago, we had the public defender, attorney Joseph was here, the public defender. He told us just his department alone is about $25,000 per incident. And guess what? He also told us it's the same group of folks are being recycled, so it repeats itself. A lot of the folks that are pulling the triggers, that are killing our sons and daughters and cousins and aunts are the same group.
2 minutes.
We know who they are. They are the same group. The police department will tell you, we know who these people are. They're killing us. Let us stop this. We have to stop this. We are on pace to have 52 gun violence victims. The police told us today that gun violence is their #1 problem. You look at the police, they have the cameras. You know, they got all of these, what you call it, the thing where when the shots, you can locate it. Yes, the shot thing. The shots fired. There are a lot of stuff that the police are doing. You know, I want to, you know, tell my colleague from Savando, ain't no $14,000 no more. I checked also the numbers. Some of the police, they're making good dollars. So ain't no $14,000 no more. So you might get a pay raise to going back to be a police officer. You never thought about that. But on a serious note, the silence of the good people is contributing to the bad people shooting and killing us. And if you look at the reports, they shooting. Our people are shooting us in the head. In the head, they had the shooting in Savannah the other day when the guy was in the wheelchair. It's go wrong on the internet. They shoot the dude in the head. He bleeding. It's terrible. Okay, so we have to help the police Go to the police. It's confidential. Your name are not going to be called. Let's put a stop to this. The governor is on the radio. We got to stop this. It's all black people. You ain't want to use black and black crime because it don't sound good, so I ain't gonna use it. But it's locals killing locals. And let's help the police force.
Time.
Okay. Mr. Chair, can I just close?
You show me.
Yes. So the police have detailed all of the good things they're doing. They've given out the child seats, 150 of them. I think you said, Captain, it was about 150 child seats. So there's a lot of good things that the police are doing, and let's help them. Don't be afraid. The police are professionals. Let's call and report these crimes. Let's get them bad folks in jail. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And while you're talking about the good deeds by Highway Safety and the VIPD with regards to these car seats and whatnot, I wanted to ask Director O'Neill about these 17 sub-recipients that she spoke of that that received, what was it? I'm sorry. Yeah, the sub-recipients from that, you said you had gotten awarded some $3 million plus, and you've awarded 17 sub-recipients so far. Who are those sub-recipients, and what are the amounts that some of them have received? At the close of this hearing, I'll also ask for you to submit to the committee all 17 and the amounts that they receive. But just off the top of your head, just at least tell me about 3 who are some of your sub-recipients.
Okay, we have Easy Driving School. They are doing a teenage driver outreach. That is an organization out of St. Croix, and we awarded them $92,383. And then we have the Department of Health Emergency Medical System. They collect data, and we awarded them $49,347. And then we have an observational seatbelt survey that is conducted annually, and that goes out to contract, and that is for $200,000. And we can provide the listing to you.
Thank you. So you said Easy Driving School, EMS, and what was the last one? I'm sorry?
It's for a contractual observational seatbelt survey. It has to be done annually.
Right. The third one was to whom?
And it's out of contract, so we put out RFP to get contractors, and then when PMP is finished, we will know who will have the contract.
So you don't have it. Okay, I asked you to identify 3 who have received so far. So that one isn't a receipt.
Okay, then we have Centerline Car Rental. That's out of St. Croix. They are doing a drive safe outreach. We awarded them $64,000.
Okay. Now, so I'll ask you for the complete listing, the amounts given to each. And what I wanted to ask was, are they expected to give you reports on how these funds are spent?
Yes, they have to give us monthly reports, and we have to report to the federal agency quarterly.
Excellent. So let me know the requirements as well once you submit that information to me. And tomorrow by close of business, is that reasonable, or you need a little more time?
That's reasonable.
Okay, thank you. Senator James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My question to VIPD, recently we had the Office of Gun Violence come before us. My question to you, ever since that office has been established, do you see the effectiveness of the office and the programs that are being implemented, and how are they truly assisting VIPD with their with the mandate set in the code for the office and the collection of data? Anyone?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. Assistant Commissioner Brooks is more familiar with the program.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, he can answer that question.
Good afternoon again to all the listening audience. The Office of Gun Violence, we have had several meetings with them. There's coordination for outreach programs that are ongoing at this time.
Do you see the effectiveness of the office ever since it has been implemented? A yes or no?
Yes.
And what is one of the major things that you can say that they're doing right now that is satisfying that answer that you just gave me?
The outreach program.
Okay, the outreach program. Okay. I can't blame you because we are the lawmakers, and based on the mandate, it's more than just an outreach program. So if that satisfies you, that doesn't satisfy me. You have some roughing up there to do. And as far as sting operations for underage drinking in the U.S. Virgin Islands, have you been implementing any of those? Underage drinking, anyone?
We have not engaged in any sting operations. That is something that we can look into, but it seems like that would be more the priority of DLCA, Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Okay, no problem. Hopefully we can see that happen. I know they have a law enforcement division in DLCA.
Yes,
the
sir.
reason why I'm asking you that when the cat's away, the mice will play. And of course we are not responsible and can be every single where, but we want to send the business owners of the Virgin Islands a strong message that you do not provide or sell alcohol to our minors. I hate to see that. Go ahead.
Senator, let me just add. I know that the members of the DLCA law enforcement group, those guys have been saying that they are going to be out, especially during the carnival season, where the business owners are to be careful. Because that minor that comes in there and asks to purchase alcohol just might be one of their individuals that they have set up. So they have been putting that out as recently as last month.
Yeah, it makes me cringe when I see underage individuals drinking. And this really has nothing to do with you, and I guess I have to reach out to DLCA. But in my first term, I brought legislation to crack down on how we go about allowing individuals to enter into a club. As much as I know I'm of age, I don't mind being ID'd. You know, when I go to the U.S. mainland and I go into those clubs, I don't mind being ID'd. You know, it's for the safety of everyone. You shouldn't have to be in a dance and have to worry if this individual is underage. Everybody's supposed to be able to go in there and dance and have a good time. But that's something I really want to see some collaboration with when it comes to VIPD and DLCA. It's about time we crack down and let young individuals know, wait your time. They're rushing to become adults, and that's why we're seeing this. And it seems like it's lawless, but it's not really lawless, you know. We just have forgotten to do the little minor things.
I just want to add, Senator, we have a group, it's an edibles group. I work with ex-Commissioner Corrad along with Attorney Wersey, and we go out and we speak to the youngsters. And in speaking to them, just what I just told you in terms of initiatives, that is what is being set up to deal with the youngsters and this underage drinking and trying to deter it. So I just wanted to make sure I let you know that we are working with the edibles group in exactly what you're asking.
Thank you. And how are you addressing loitering in the Virgin Islands? I know that you mentioned being short-staffed and whatever the case may be, but what steps are being taken to really crack down on loitering? Because you know in the States, you can't do that loitering thing. I used to live in the States, so nobody can run circles around me. You can't, it's either you're in or you're out. So what steps are being taken locally?
Well, sir, being frank, the loitering law is, in my estimation, somewhat of a toothless tiger. It's very difficult to enforce. I have the chiefs here. I'm sure that they can offer more than what I just said in support of what I just said.
Okay, so club owners should have security, number one, depending on the event that they're doing. So we need to put the pressure on the club owner and to hire security guards to make sure that they enforce the loitering. Because VIPD cannot be everywhere, and if there's a problem with loitering, then the security for the establishment calls VIPD, and then VIPD steps in. You know, loitering is a serious issue in the Virgin Islands. I shouldn't have to be fearful walking with my wife or my friends. I feel like I walk into the valley of death before I even reach to the door of the club. It shouldn't be that way. So what I'm saying is, please, whatever steps you have to take, clamp down on it. If you want to make recommendations, find your favorite senator in the Senate, we make the changes, but it needs to be addressed.
Yes,
please.
And then, Senator,
proceed.
Good afternoon again, Assistant Commissioner Brooks. So indeed, what you're saying is actually a tactic, I will use that term, that the chiefs haven't been employing, particularly here as we approach the carnival season in the St. Thomas St. John District, Chief Phillip, as well as the chief for DLCA. They have actually arranged meetings with the club owners prior to the festivities actually kicking off to discuss the procedures, whereas shutdown times, officers being present. One of the things we want to implement is last call for alcohol. And if the establishment is set to close at 4 a.m., it cannot be closing at 4 a.m. Our suggestion, our position is that the establishment actually prepares to close at as early as 3:30. It's in preparation to, again, everything's along the safety line. It's in preparation to allow the patrons to leave in a safe manner. It all boils down to safety. And this is both districts. While we're focused here on the St. Thomas district at this time, we will in fact continue to push along this line of effort in the St. Croix district also. So you will see some improvement when it comes to the police department supporting the safe closure of these establishments during the nighttime.
Mr. Chair, if you may, can I ask one final question?
You sure, man?
So the Virgin Islands is a very small place. Let me give an example. Peter's Rest. You know, we have Tipsy Iguana, we have Carlos, and now we have Climax. So it's a no-brainer. We know during the weekends, that area is going to be jumping. So between patrolling between Sunny Isles and those areas, I'm just hoping and praying that moving forward, you can't do that from Monday through Thursday, but at least from Friday to Saturday, you know those are the main areas where individuals are going to be partying and having a good time. Have some patrol, please.
Yes, sir.
Just at the popular spots, the known spots that you know that is jumping. You can't be to every bar, but at least the popular spots. You know, okay, 3 o'clock is coming, time to get some guys out there. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. I must say that my colleagues are spot on, and I'm happy that it's not just DeGraff, Francis, and Gittins asking these pointed questions, because that loitering is truly a concern. Mr. President, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to say that the toothless gorilla in this whole issue is our lack of enforcement. It don't take a rocket scientist to tell us that individuals gather outside of these establishments. We know for a fact that everybody packing a gun. How many more people got die before we take action? I spent the last 6 years, 3 terms, working with the Virgin Islands Police Department to craft the loitering law. If there is amendments that's required, then bring them forward. But we can't continue. And I'm very passionate about this because, again, I sat in the seat. I saw the issues that we had with the lack of ability to enforce loitering. And I made sure that my responsibility when I came into the legislature was to work with the Virgin Islands Police Department, with the Attorney General's office, and all, to make sure that we put together somewhat of a loitering bill so that we could be able to do some enforcement. Every time we take a gun off the street, we don't always arrest a person, but we have saved a life by that. If we start to enforce this loitering issue, we may not be able to prosecute, but we might be able to save lives. Please, please, let's stop ignoring the issue about this gathering outside of these establishments and what's happening in these locations because we know. We have seen and the history continue to repeat itself where, again, individuals go up against their adversaries when they're in this domain, and innocent people are also taken out as a result of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, thank you for your probing questions. Mr. President, thank you for that point of information because, you know, enforcement is key, gentlemen. And again, the loitering, we remember in the beginning I asked that I would like to hear us discussing the initiatives that you're doing and whatnot at the closing of these businesses and whatnot. All this is a tie-in. I also want to say, one of my colleagues asked about these off-road vehicles that are not registered to be on the road. Besides the off-road vehicles that's not registered or that are not to be on the roadways, we have statistics show that we have over 10,000 cars territory-wide, unregistered. Do we understand what that equates to? That equates to almost, if not just over $1 million in revenues lost to this Virgin Islands government. Enforcement is key. We have too many vehicles on the road with no license plate, with a temporary tag from 19 wherever, just not registered, period. And if they're not registered, 8 out of 10 times, they're not insured either. That is a problem. So please, before I recognize the next senator, tell me, because I have not heard yet any traffic initiatives in either district that's letting me know or this community know that you're clamping down on those vehicles that are illegally operating on our roadways.
Houston, Cornelius, St. Croix district. I could tell you about the traffic initiatives, some of them that we're doing here.
Thank you.
Strategically, the traffic unit, along with sometimes SOB, those guys would meet in certain areas to conduct just what you're concerned about. Look for unregistered vehicle, dark tinted windows, no license plate displayed, failing to use seatbelt, failure to have your child buckle up. All those infractions these guys do. Now, it's done in a way where sometimes when the way it's set up, they might do it 3 times this week, 2 times next week, 2 times the week after that. It's strategically done. When it's done, you will see on the media, hey, them guys in this area. Hey, them guys in that area. But we do our enforcement, but it's strategically done. I could tell you about that in St. Croix.
So thank you for that. Now tell me about the routine traffic stops. So those are the initiatives, but are we seeing sufficient routine traffic stops, or we're that short-staffed that we're like what my good president and former police commissioner used to say, we're just ambulance chasing, meaning we're just going from case to case?
Chair, when it comes to routine, traffic stops, remember I just mentioned the officer that has 77 citations? That's a patrol officer just on patrol doing his thing and making stops.
Right.
And you have other patrol officers that do the same thing. They stop vehicles and they issue their citations. When they complete their traffic stop, they come back on the radio and they say, Central, we're going to be I'm back in service. I'm back in service. 3 citations issued.
Right.
So you get to hear that citations were issued for whatever they stopped them for.
So I like your passion as well, and that you can brag about this officer doing those 77
Senator?
citations in whatever span of time. But we remember we want to do this and be able to brag about everybody across the board and not just one person doing it all for everybody else.
Yes,
At
sir.
one point in time, the courts used to call then Chief Francis to say, man, can you ask the officers to slow down and issuing these citations, or have them space out the date a month out, because the docket was like 16 pages long.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And that was because of people like Unit 45, Officer Houston Cornelius. You know? But we want it, again, to be spread out amongst everybody so that we don't have one or two officers being burnt out. But thank you for that information from St. Croix. St. Thomas, I'll allow you to respond, and then Senator Franklin Johnson, I have not forgotten you on your point of inquiry. St. Thomas, St. John.
You can hear me? Good afternoon, Captain Jarvis. I would like to add as well that in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we are conducting enforcement, but of course, just like the media is open to everyone, we do enforcement in one area, it goes over, the media waves and people avoid those areas. But we do make contact with a lot of people that have these violations. Of course, we have repeat offenders. We issue citations to these people. We issue citations for excessive tint, for license plates not attached to the vehicle, unrestrained passengers, drivers. We issue these citations and we see the same people doing the same thing over and over. So it's not like we're not out there doing these enforcement. We are doing them. We do DUI enforcement. Here in the St. Thomas, for St. Patrick's Day, we had a joint enforcement with SOB, the traffic unit, where we did DUI enforcement and issue citations as well for unregistered, uninsured vehicles. So we are doing these enforcement, and we are issuing the citations and doing what we need to do.
Thank you. And let's not get tunnel visioned on just the direct enforcement aspect. What my point to drive home is that we need to see this being routinely done. Again, over 10,000 vehicles being unregistered still operating on our roadways that we see every single day. Because even in St. Thomas and John District now, I'm seeing those Texas license plates and whatnot on these vehicles still. They have no business on our roads if they're not registered. Even in the statistics that we have received, it shows me that even businesses, construction companies, are operating on our roadways without their vehicles, those big trucks being registered. That's not supposed to happen. And we were just discussing motor carrier safety. So I'm asking that we take a little more aggressive look towards this. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your point of inquiry, and then we go to Senator Capehart. And also let me recognize the presence of our Senate Secretary and St. Thomas Senator Carla Joseph. Welcome. Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've been trying to get in this for quite a little while now, and gun violence seems to be on the rise. My question to PD, and me and my colleague here from Savannah have tried to assist with this. We raised some $50,000, and there's a lot of money left there, and we want to do that gun buyback program again. I sure hope we could get it done. We've been asking from the beginning of the year, and we can't get a date. But my question is, in 1 year, how many guns have you removed off the streets? Do you guys have numbers that you can share with us?
Yes,
please.
Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water District. Here in the St. Thomas District, we recovered with the different initiatives we've been doing. We recovered in St. Thomas 30 firearms and 4 in St. John.
St. Croix?
In St. Croix, you're talking this year or last year?
In a 1 year span.
Last year, we had 45 removed from the streets. And right now in St. Croix, we're looking at 15 so far.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. I'd also like to add regarding the gun buyback, this is something that we're eager to do. I'd have to reach out to Commissioner Martinez to set up a date. We'll be back to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your responses. Again, let's remember that these unregistered vehicle enforcement yields guns and improve safety here in the territory, all right? Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to the dedicated men and women of the Virgin Islands Police Department, to the leadership team of PD. Good afternoon. First, I want to say I wore my blue today in honor of you. I had the opportunity to actually work on the administrative side of PD. So, Ms. Clearson, beg me, please don't be hard on us. But my thing is, when I came to PD, I was there to bring administrative improvement. So my questions today is because I know what I know, okay? So first I'm going to ask, I know them, but I want to hear them. I want to see if this is a main priority. What are the primary goals for VIPD? I don't know who would answer that, but I think this is like a rapid question that should be like there on your tongue.
VIPD for me, safety. That's number one for me.
Okay, 2. Anybody else? Safety. How I see this is a reduction of crime, building trust and confidence. That's so important, okay? Strengthening your police operations, recruiting and retainment. These are the things that I know that is at the mission. And at sometimes the department gets defocused. So I just want you to know, because I'm on this side, I want to help you with these goals that PD have. But what is very special to me is when we go through natural disasters and we have the availability of funding. So Ms. Clearson, these questions would be addressed to you. You are the grants coordinator, correct?
Good afternoon, Florence Clearson.
Your title?
Federal Grant Coordinator.
Okay. So can you give me an update of your hazard mitigation projects? For instance, are any suspended, delayed, canceled, completed? Have you had to ask for any extensions? And tell me how many you have.
Good afternoon. I'll start with the last question first. We currently have 5 hazard mitigation grants. We have the backup wireless hotspots, St. Croix Motor Pool Generator Project, Training Academies Generator Project, Leander Jurgen Wind Retrofit Project, and Patrick Sweeney Headquarters Retrofit Project.
Thank you.
None of them have been suspended.
None has been suspended?
Correct.
Okay. Any completed?
Yes, we have completed the backup wireless hotspots project. We're currently in the process of our final liquidations. And once that's done, we'll commence the closeout process.
What about the training academy?
The generator for the training academy.
And the STX, the St. Croix Motor Pool generator.
Yes, we have collaborated with the Department of Public Works on the designs. Those designs were also transmitted to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We met with them, the designs were approved, and so we're currently continuing with the architecture and design phase. The grants are issued to us in phases, so we're currently in phase 1.
Ms. Clearson.
Yes, ma'am.
I leave PD, I think about 2 years ago. This what you're telling me is what I left happening So what's the timeline? Give me a timeline.
The funding is given to us in phases. So until the phase 1 is complete, we cannot move to the second phase.
Okay, what about Patrick Sweeney?
Patrick Sweeney, we have made a lot of improvements there where our contractor has done soil boring samples. They've identified issues. We have also come up with possible solutions as far as the building, the structure.
Okay, who's doing your quality reports to FEMA?
2 minutes.
Those are currently, those were transferred to our new special projects manager, Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Hughes, so he's overseeing St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John special projects?
Hazard mitigation projects, to be specific.
Okay. Mr. Hughes, welcome aboard. So you have been the one responsible for completing the quarterly performance reports?
Good morning. Yes, this is true.
Okay. This would be for Director Tweed. Director Tweed, cybersecurity is a very important thing that we should be worrying about in these times, in this day and age. Is there a cybersecurity awareness training that individuals are able to attend? Director Tweed? My time is running.
Kishana Tweed. Yes, there is a cybersecurity training, annual training that is administered to the employees. We have one in the VIPD, and there's also one that's offered by the Bureau of Information Technology.
And when is this happening? How many individuals would be attending?
It's a virtual training, so it's not that someone is physically attending the training. It's a virtual training that is administered to all employees to keep them abreast of all the various cybersecurity threats that are out there.
So can you give me an update on your information management information system projects like the backup wireless hotspot, transportable repeaters, and your camera license plate reader project?
Sure. So we have completed the backup wireless training and also the transportable repeater training for that project. And also for the, in regards to the camera project, the police department is currently utilizing the cameras that are in place. And we are also in the works with BIT to amend the existing contract so that we can deploy the 200 cameras from the DOI funding.
And what's the timeline on that?
So the timeline will be based on once all the information, all the required information is in the contract and that is signed. So when the contract is signed, of course, then we'll have a timeline of the project. But there is no timeline until all the language is completed in the contract.
Mr. Chair, if I may, thank you. We had a problem of firearms entering our territory. Can you give me a report on firearms that were purchased outside of the territory and was coming through our commercial flights? Can you tell me if there have been any penalties, any fees, how has that been going? Because I know the police department had set up shop that anyone who checked a firearm in a to come to the Virgin Islands had to report to PD at the airport. Can you give me an update on that?
So the new program at the airport has intercepted several illegal firearms. We are in close contact with the federal law enforcement located at the airport. And whenever something comes through, if they don't catch it, we catch it.
Okay, so that program has been successful?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I could go on, you know.
You should have. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Keepart. Senate President Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the Virgin Islands Police Department, my colleagues, and good morning, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. So I want to say, first of all, I want to extend condolences to, again, for the passing of Rolando Huertas, that we recently put to rest, and you know that really struck me, and you know I were able to see Rolando over the years, and it really impacted me. Any one of my officers, I mean, you know, being hurt have always impacted me. I also want to extend best well and a speedy recovery to Commissioner Martinez. I've had some discussion with him, and you know, this health issue is tough, you know. So certainly, I continue to hold him in my prayers as he goes through his undertaking with regards to his health. I also want to say that we have had several subcommittees, one of which is the Health and Public Safety Committee. So I'm hoping that we could be able to have a lot more discussion behind the scenes in regards to how can we best assist the Virgin Islands Police Department. I spent 25 years in the Virgin Islands Police Department, and I endeavor to stay out of the police department business. You know, I have had my days, and you know, certainly were very, very good days. I enjoyed my tenure, and if I had to do it all over again, I'll be right there. I loved my job, and I love my career within the Virgin Islands Police Department, but I got to leave room for the new guys. And the thing is that when I look around the room here, we don't have much new guys. There's individuals that have served in the same Virgin Islands Police Department that I've worked in over the years. You know, so none of you are no strangers to me, and I know and appreciate the hard work and commitment. You have been able to rise through the rank, and certainly now taking leadership position, and I certainly appreciate that, because that speaks to, you know, being able to lead that level of succession. So I'm happy about that. So Elsko, I saw that you're acting assistant commissioner of police. Why are you still acting? I thought you was assistant commissioner of police.
You know, sir, that's a very good question. I do not know. I come to work every day, work for the people, and I don't ask questions.
Okay, so I'll ask the question. How many more acting individuals do we have in the Virgin Islands Police Department leadership at this time?
Well, I do believe there are several. Maybe that could be answered by HR Director Richards.
Director Richards, VIPD. We have about 6 or 7 acting. Of course, you know, you have the acting assistant commissioner. You have the acting chief of police, John Santos. You have the acting deputy chief, Houston Cornelius. You have acting deputy chief, Clayton Brown. And we have acting director of internal affairs, Vivian Newton.
So we're going Hollywood. We have a lot of actors here. I guess that's something I'll have to take up with the administration as well as with the commissioner when he gets back. But I'm a little bit challenged by all of these acting, because there's always a level of reluctance to really, you know, do certain things because you're in an acting position. The reality is so.
Based on my information, that is soon to be rectified in a week or two.
How long has it been going on?
A while.
Okay. Very well. Again, I'll take that up. So when I joined the police department, right, it was similar to Senator DeGraff. I joined back in 1987, and it was really $14,770. And I have seen where we have evolved to a very good starting salary. But if you join the government, if you join the police department for money, you're in the wrong business. There must be a level of commitment. You must be coming from your heart in order to be able to do this job effectively. I spent my entire high school days at public safety back then, in the early 80s. You know, because again, this is what I wanted to do. This is what I endeavored to do. So there must be a level of commitment in being able to do this. Moot Court yesterday spent a lot of time talking about loitering. Loitering is on everybody's mind, right, Attorney Fulkinson? She led one of the teams there, the Seventh-day Adventist team with Moot Court. But, you know, loitering continued to be on everybody's mind. And
2
truly,
minutes.
I would like us to really bring some resolve to that. And we're not talking about invading people's privacy, but people are dying. People are dying on our streets, and it's something that we really need to grab hold of. I've been pushing the issue of technology and surveillance cameras, and my time is running, so I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on that. Noise, and I'm hearing that there's some meters that needs to be ordered and training and stuff that need to be done. But again, that is something that we work with the police department in developing to make sure that we came up with the amendments that will be able to give it some enforcement teeth in order to do that. So, let's not wait for these meters. People that have speakers in their windows and blaring music that could be heard all the way down the road, we don't need a rocket science to tell us that they're loud music. We're making arrangements for them to be able to have sites that they could be able to have their show vehicles, but the noise that we're hearing is impacting our citizens, impacting people. So we need to address that. Real quickly, anyone discuss this uniform situation that's occurring? I think might have been a mental health, behavioral health individual that was seen wearing a uniform. I've seen that circulated on social media. How are we discarding our uniforms? The old uniform. I saw WhatsApp ad going out there where they're showing this individual wearing a police uniform.
Senator, I'm not personally familiar with that, but I open it up to the team that anyone that can testify to the same.
I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. I know that it's out there. Somebody is wearing a blue shirt and one of the old-time police uniform, shirt and pants, and that quickly needs to be addressed. Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up real quickly. So we need to address that because we can't have that.
Yes,
that's a problem. That's a problem. All right. In regards to Carnival Initiative, Chief Phillips and Assistant Commissioner Brooks, again, I don't want to tell you what to do, but I'd like to see where my colleague talked about being our brother's keeper. I think that we have a good opportunity for us to be able to have OJT, FTOs, and be able to bring our individuals as field training officer on the job training, get our new recruits out into our towns over the next several days, again, to be able to serve as a force multiplier and be able to have a strong show of force there. Any little situation could mar our carnival, and I believe that we should do everything in our power to address that particular situation. How do you feel about that, Assistant Commissioner Brooks?
Good afternoon again, Senator. So along the lines of that, we actually have had the discussion, the mobilization plan that Chief Phillip came up with. We will be bringing online some additional resources from the island of St. Croix 1. We'll also be augmented by the VI National Guard during the height of the carnival season, as well as the other law enforcement agencies within the territory. They'll be supporting us, augmenting our personnel. We have already implemented a 12-hour shift, which I'll let Chief Philip speak more in depth on. But I can assure you that every possible measure that we have at our disposal, we are in fact putting in place to ensure that, just like a few days ago, we were able to execute that Uber Soca Cruise event. You saw the mass amount of law enforcement that was present. We were able to have a successful event. We are taking that same energy over into this coming week, driving hard to ensure that our community have a very safe carnival. So Chief Phillip, I'll transfer over to you.
Good afternoon. Stephen Phillips, Chief of Police for St. Thomas, St. John Water District. As AC Brooks just stated, we implemented the 12-hour shifts where we have enough personnel, and some of these shifts are overlapping. So we will always have boots on the ground. We actually have other law enforcement agencies actually working along with us. We have already started several different initiatives that is ongoing before Carnival, up to Carnival. And that's what we netted these firearms off the streets already. So as I said earlier, we netted 30 firearms just this year alone from January to present in St. Thomas District and 4 in St. John. So these are ongoing initiatives that we're doing along with traffic commander, that we're also doing with doing different traffic initiatives to make sure we could curtail the violence, and also it's intel driven, also information that we get from the community and also from our intel sources that we actually go and do different initiatives where we know certain individuals are doing certain I say bad things in the community. So those are some of the stuff we're actually doing, and making sure when Carnival come, the height of Carnival come, we have resources that is needed, making sure we take away the opportunity from the criminal elements.
Very well. My time has been called. I just want to caution that don't leave the St. Croix district unattended, or because we just had a 6 individual shot last weekend. We want to make sure that we have a balanced approach on this, but I know that you guys have a good handle. The roadmap and guardrails have already been set, and we just need to execute at this point. Mr. Chair, thank you for the leniency, and I look forward to a second round.
Thank you, Senate President Francis. And before I recognize Senator Keeper for her point of information, I'm not hearing much out of the island of St. John. I would like to hear something as well, because, you know, I've been getting a lot of calls about open drug transactions and whatnot down in the Cruz Bay area. And if this is happening, I mean, we need to know what's happening over there on Love City, St. John. So at some point, please be prepared to let us know what's taking place on St. John. Senator Keeper, you recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recently, I know the Virgin Islands Police Department just received a new fleet of vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So the St. Croix, I know, has a motor pool which is up and running to service the St. Croix vehicles. Can you tell me what is the status with the St. Thomas motor pool? Because I know that was compromised by Irma Maria, and I want to know what is the status of that motor pool for St. Thomas.
We are working very hard to get a new motor pool for St. Thomas. It's been a complicated process. I think that Assistant Commissioner Brooks can add to my testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Senator. I'll start by saying we are in the process of receiving the new fleet. So it's still a process. We're still receiving vehicles at this time. Relative to the motor pool, we have had several site visits. Director McIntosh could give you more detail offline. However, we had several site visits for new location for motor pool here in the St. Thomas district. We are looking for something more conducive to the effort, so we've been bringing new vehicles online as we phase out the older vehicles. We have some vehicles that have been in the fleet for quite a while. So as we fade them out, we know we have a lot of space down in property and procurement that we've been taking up. So we're trying our best. Right now, we're working towards taking those older vehicles offline and replace them with the new vehicles as they come online. So we're still in the house hunting process, for lack of a better term. We found a location that we're leaning towards taking, but we're still open for other locations. So I don't know if that answers your question, but we're still in that process.
So do you have a timeline? Because you have those mechanics that work there that when it rains, I don't know if it still happens, but that whole place is compromised, that they have to shut down shop. They can't work in there. So has there been any kind of temporary measure that when it rains, that they can still operate in that motor pool?
Yes, along with property and procurement, we were able to have some repairs done to allow them to do the basic things for the vehicles, i.e. like oil changes. So basic maintenance processes are being conducted there. Nothing major. Anything major, the vehicle actually goes back to the vendor for service. Yes. So to answer your question, yes, we have been able to make some repairs to allow the personnel there to do some basic maintenance processes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Keepart. Senate Secretary, Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone and my colleagues, and also really a pleasant good afternoon to the hard-working men and women of the Virgin Islands Police Department. I always tell people the Virgin Islands Police Department personnel, they're my friends. Anytime I'm having an issue, I give them a call, 911. You are my friends. I count on you, just like every Virgin Islander, for my safety. And I have a level of trust in your ability because some of you are my classmates. Some of you are members of social groups I'm a member of, as well as some of you are my brother and sisters in Christ. And some of you are also my former neighbors. This is a community. So I'm going to just start off my discussion with community policing. I know I've been hearing a lot of discussion this afternoon and earlier this morning. Where are we with community policing? How are we actively putting the boots on the ground to definitely solve crime and to help build the relationships that we need to solve crime and prevent crime from occurring? Who'd like to take that question? Would that be you, acting Commissioner Elsko?
Yes, ma'am. So our commissioner, Ray Martinez, he's very eager to open a community center in Fredericksted, on some land that we had acquired. Also, our weed and seed coordinator.
I'm sorry, where in Fredericksted specifically you're looking at? Let's talk specifics.
This is in Mars Hill.
Okay.
I'm going to ask for Mrs. McIntosh to assist me with the location.
I can't hear you. We can't hear you on this end.
I'm sorry. How about that? Is that better?
Beautiful. That's much better.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mrs. McIntosh to assist me with the location for that.
Good afternoon, Andrea Brian McIntosh. The present location in which Acting Commissioner Elsko is referring to is the land that was previously given to the Virgin Islands Police Department via a bill from the legislature from Senator Gittens.
And this is in Mars Hill.
Correct.
Okay, and you don't need any location over here in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Have you been partnering with any of our public housing communities, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, relative to your community policing efforts and strategy?
Assistant Commissioner Brooks.
Apologies, could you repeat the question?
Have you been partnering with any of the homeowners associations, also with any of the public housing community managers, or even the public housing proper regarding community policing efforts?
So being that that's along the lines of operations, I know Chief Philip and Deputy Chief Cornelius and St. Croix can give you in-depth operations that they have been conducting along their lines relative to engaging the community.
Okay.
So I'll start with Deputy Chief Cornelius. He can talk about some of his programs real quick, and then Chief Philip, if it's okay.
That's fine. That's fine.
Go ahead, DC Cornelius.
Good afternoon, Senator. On the St. Croix side of things, quick. Let me just go straight to the thing. As recent as this weekend past, the Virgin Islands Police Department conducted our drone obstacle course. Very nice program. We also had our kite competition, our bike coursing competition, our trunk or treat presentation, movie with law enforcement. All these programs were geared towards our community and building that relationship and trust within the Virgin Islands Police Department. Because the time going, I'm going to slow down there and leave it to Chief Philip. And if anything, I will come back.
Okay, thank you. Chief Phillip.
Good day, Stephen Philip, Chief of Police for St. Thomas St. John. We as DC Cornelius stated, trunk or treat we did here also too. Actually, we did an initiative for Thanksgiving. Actually, we went into the different housing communities and also too, and the traffic initiative. So when somebody was in compliance with a vehicle, we actually gave away a turkey. So we're doing certain stuff like that, but that's what we did for Thanksgiving. And we didn't really set it out there in the public because you believe it or not, people were following us actually looking for turkeys. So those are some of the initiatives we did. We actually did partnership with some other organization that I saw you to, Senator up and as well, how it's called, when we did our different initiatives and stuff over there with Captain Coburn and Lieutenant Colonel. So we're doing our different initiatives and different community outreach programs that we have.
Yes, I understand that. But also, I'm hoping that you're also having boots on the ground and people who are really touching the hands of the residents. That is critical in how you build a trust. And you can do your intelligence work there as well to do that. Now, I wanted to look at crime prevention because I know, and recruitment, because I do remember that you had a program, the Police Athletic League. I haven't heard any mention of that, how we're looking, how is that being formulated, how is that operating? That's an avenue. I know some of our colleagues here, they use that as an avenue to really step into the police force and become members of the police force. That's a recruitment opportunity similar to the junior firefighters. So is this organization still active?
Assistant Commissioner Brooks.
Yes. So when Commissioner Martinez first came on, one of the things he wanted to do was do a complete evaluation of the PAL and the Weed and Seed program, which as a result of that, we have our personnel for either program. Particularly right now, we have the PAL coordinator.
Who is that person?
Miss Tequila Rapsat. They're currently attending a PAL program in on the mainland. So one of the things we wanted, his goal was just as you mentioned, let's get out there, let's touch the flesh, let's boots on the ground. He himself does it at least once a week, once he's in good health, of course, makes it a business to get out there and get into the community and engage. It is so important that we do that because it builds trust. You said it before, and I think Senator Heiligard mentioned it also. In order to build trust, the people have to know who to come to, and they feel comfortable coming to you. So our officers, we're encouraging them to do so, but those programs are very critical. And because of the evaluation, we know exactly which direction we want to take this.
Okay, and what about the Weed and Seed? Where are we looking?
Same thing.
And who is the coordinator? You have a new coordinator for the Weed and Seed program?
The coordinator of Weed and Seed is Rachel Stanley.
Time.
Rachel Stanley, Miss Rachel Stanley.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I do have some more questions, but I'm not sure if you're just having one round, but I thank you for the leeway. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure all my colleagues have a lot more questions, and we will be having next round. At this time, let me recognize Senator Franklin Johnson for his point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I need to jump onto this PAL. I have an issue with this. I sign on to measures with my colleague from St. Croix, appropriating some $250,000 or $200,000 to fix PAL, to fix those structures. And as we speak today, I don't even think the grass have been cut. But not only that, that program is not in operation as we speak. That's right up the neighborhood for me. So please, somebody help me with what's going on with that program and what's going on with the money that was appropriated my first year in my first term. That money was appropriated for PAL. I know that. I signed on to it. So somebody help me with that and as to what's going on with the program because nothing is happening there as we speak. Please.
Okay, relative to that, Director McIntosh could speak directly to the building, the PAL building that you speak of. And you're talking about in Fredericksburg, correct?
Yes.
So, Director McIntosh?
Hi, good afternoon. Andrea Brian McIntosh, VIPD. With regards to that, we have received the scope of work that was completed by Public Works. Right now, what we're trying to do, there has been some communications with regards to Mr. Jackson, probably going back over to the PAL office. So as we speak right now, the scope of work is completed. We do have a cost. The next step will be to submit, to approve the package and have it go out to bid. So that project has been approved by Public Works, and we're just awaiting some confirmation as to who is going to be down at the PAL office.
Program is not in action right now.
I didn't hear you.
I respect what you just say, but I'm also inquiring about the program that I know that is not in operation as we speak.
Okay, if I may, that the billing portion, right, it's two parts, correct. So PAL has actually been hosting different events. The PAL itself.
In St. Croix? In St. Croix?
Yes.
Well, somebody help me and tell me why events have been hosting. Help me.
So there have been events been hosted. So the building that you're speaking of is what Director McIntosh is speaking of. So I'll give you some more details offline, but I don't have that information right there in front of me. Yes, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
Stand by. We have a point of inquiry here. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The previous speaker basically asked the question that I was going to ask. In my second term, I was successful at passing Act number 8446 with the support of my colleagues, and that was to reprogram $200,000 from gross receipt taxes, bonds, proceeds to renovate the Police Athletic League headquarters. Ever since that has passed, I've been in communication with Commissioner Ray Martinez and the previous Commissioner Trevor Villanor. My question is the $200,000 more than enough, and when can we get this project up and running?
AC Brooks.
Actually, that goes to Director McIntosh.
Good day again, Andrea Brian McIntosh. The approved scope of work that we did receive, as it stood at the time, those quotes were based on prices during that time. And as we've been told by Public Works, prices continue to raise, and there's an increase. So there may be, as soon as the bids go out, an increase. As to say how much more is needed, I do not know at this time.
Please let me know, because I have an amendment on standby to have an additional set of funds. I must admit that during COVID, the whole world was on standby, so I understand. But it's time to get things done. So I'm looking forward to seeing that up and running for our youth on the island of St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you for your point of inquiry, Senator James Sr. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So I wanted to understand where the headquarters for PAL is in the St. Thomas, St. John district. I do recall that it at one time was upstairs of the community center in Paul and Pearson Gardens. And then they said it was out in Bovoni, all kind of areas. What about the Weed and Seed? That actually was a Weed and Seed, had a program. And where is the Weed and Seed operating? Because these are crime preventative strategies that we put in place to reduce the element of crime and crime to have community buy-in. So these are some critical programs, and it helps build your recruitment. Just like the junior firefighters, it's the same concept and methodology and approach. So it's critical we know and you understand and be able to tell us what's the status of PAL in St. Thomas and Weed and Seed in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just for your knowledge as well, because the question was asked, what about the St. Thomas district with regards to the properties? I heard Ms. McIntosh mention the Mars Hill property for St. Croix. In the second round, I'll ask what's the status if we're actually looking for any federal funding to try to assist us with that, and along with some other properties. But I just want the record to reflect that we are also looking to assist in the St. Thomas St. John district with the transfer of real property of number 386 Anna's Retreat. That's where the old curriculum center used to be. The acres are owned by the Virgin Islands government and currently assigned to the Department of Education. But we will be looking at a bill to have that land swap to be used for the Sea Command police station on St. Thomas. And I've repeatedly stated that, you know, this government needs to start owning outright its police stations and firehouses. We shouldn't be renting these properties. We spend so much money, it's a significant amount of millions of dollars in upkeeping people's private property and not taking care of our own. So at some point, hopefully, we'll get to that, to erect a new police station and motor pool and impound lot on the east end of St. Thomas area, which is at that location. We did an actual site visit there with then LEPC director, now police commissioner Ray Martinez, the then education commissioner, and this commissioner, the new commissioner is also aware, and we've spoken about this already, so there's an agreement to go ahead and to also direct the police department to seek community development block grant funding through the VI Housing Finance Authority to build a new state-of-the-art police station motor pool at this site. Again, so this site can do the three things that we're talking about: the police station, the motor pool, which my St. Croix colleague spoke of, and an impound lot where we could stop being as if we're the we outsource our record service or something to private records. Again, we spoke about these unregistered vehicles and all sorts of things. When we impound vehicles, we could take them to our lot and make money off of this. I'll also be submitting legislation to increase all traffic fines. I'll be having a conversation with the police department on this and the Attorney General's office on this matter. So we'll be looking at increasing all traffic fines. The nexus to that is I'm also looking at the issuing agency to be able to get a percentage off of those tickets that are written. Currently, when you're in traffic court, at times you hear the judge will say, okay, you'll pay $25 for the ticket and another $25 for court costs. That $25 for the ticket itself or $35 for the ticket itself goes into what we call the black hole. That goes to the general fund. But when you hear the judge say plus $25 court costs, that goes to the court. So in this case, they'll also be able to say they're tacking on a $15 or another $25 or whatever to the issuing agency. So if the agency that issues a ticket is the Virgin Islands Police Department, that $25, $15 or $25 goes there. If they say to DLCA or DPNR respectively, then it goes to that agency. But we want to see some stricter enforcement going on. All right. Going back to
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to refocus on my point of
Can you
inquiry.
hold on a second until I'm finished with my line of questioning? Thank you. We're Office of Highway Safety. Where have you and to whom have you provided the training and certificates for those 33 passenger safety technicians you spoke of in your testimony? Highway safety, I can't hear them on St. Thomas.
Okay, the certifications were given to various persons, such as fire officers, people from VIPD, people from highway safety. It was across the board. I can get you the listing.
Right, and that's what we want to know. What agencies actually got these trainings and certificates? So if you could add that to what you're going to send me tomorrow, add those 33 passenger safety technicians, please.
Will do.
Thank you. Sometimes we seem not to have a sense of urgency. I'm looking at all these acting capacities. Sometimes we got to be a little aggressive, gentlemen, in these movements. So I'm not blaming Government House or anything like that, because, I mean, they have a whole government to run. They're not probably keeping track as to who's acting, etc. But coming from the helm of the police department, if people are in the acting position, then at some point, that's where you have cabinet level meetings. These things need to be channeled up so that we can address them. So I'm asking that we channel up all those individuals who are in the acting capacities and ensure that we get them sworn in. Because this is telling me, and I hate to assume, but this could be telling me that some individuals are probably, even in these positions, are making overtime. And if that is happening, that will be a problem, because we could see what a price tag that would be. Now, the Director of Internal Affairs, you said, is acting in the acting capacity?
Correct.
So that person is actually at the rank of a police officer, correct? Or a police sergeant?
Incorrect.
Huh?
Currently, the person that's acting, she is the Deputy Chief of St. John.
So, you see, you're going ahead of me. Don't go ahead of me. So that person's hard rank is officer or sergeant?
Sorry, officer.
Officer. And that officer was placed in a deputy chief position.
Correct.
For St. John.
Correct.
And now sits as the acting director of internal affairs.
Correct.
So at which salary is she currently being paid?
The deputy chief salary.
So then we're paying two people deputy chief salary out of St. John. And that's the problem.
Incorrect, because the person in St. John right now is acting in his sergeant. He's sergeant, but acting as the deputy chief of St. John.
So then that's still ain't a problem, because here it is. We ask him to take the helm as deputy chief for the island of St. John, which he have rightfully accepted and working in, and still he can't get compensated as deputy chief. So that would mean that you have to pay him overtime as a sergeant. I mean, this is not fair to him. He was appointed deputy chief and should be compensated as deputy chief. We have someone in that acting capacity that's acting in another capacity, which is a director of internal affairs. Is someone being paid as a director of internal affairs?
No.
So why isn't the officer being paid as acting director of internal affairs with that salary, and so that the St. John deputy chief can be compensated at his deputy chief salary.
All the recommendations that were made by Commissioner Martinez is currently being reviewed.
So they were sent up the chain.
Correct.
So I'm asking you all again to ask the status. Sometimes we just need to send a reminder. Agreed?
We already spoke to them already, so we should have back a response within a week or two.
And I wish Commissioner Ray Martinez as well, praying for a full recovery. So I'm not putting this on his back. Who's the acting commissioner currently? You are acting AC Elsko, or is it AC Brooks?
AC
2
Brooks.
minutes.
Acting Commissioner Brooks, Assistant Commissioner Brooks is the acting commissioner at this time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Acting Commissioner Brooks, you understand what I'm asking with regards to these acting capacities?
I do. I do, Senator.
Excuse me?
I do.
Please leave on his mic, I can't hear. I just want to know that you understand what I was saying.
Yes, Senator, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. You spoke in the testimony VIPD to have the body cams in place and every officer now outfitted with a body cam. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Do we have a body cam policy in place?
Yes, we do.
All right. Can you provide a copy of that to this committee as well?
I certainly can deliver that.
Now, let me ask as well. Is it your policy that every engagement of an officer and a civilian that this camera be worn? So to break it down, if I want to call and make a police assistance report on something or a traffic accident report, for something as minor as that, you need to have on your body cam? Is it a must? Is it required?
Chief?
Senator, the policy states any engagement with the public, the body cam should be turned on. Should be activated.
So,
Time.
do you all believe that this should in fact be done, or it should be on every traffic stop because you don't know what's going to happen, or it should be where you're interrogating someone? And I'm asking that because, so if I'm reporting something but don't want to be on camera,
understood,
then what happens?
Deputy Commissioner Marsh, you have the option to speak to that officer and supervisor to be recorded and not on camera as the policy.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know, if there was that flexibility. Because as I look at other jurisdictions' body cam policies, to make a ordinary report, the body cam doesn't have to be on. But I remember being told one time, if you want to make a report, a simple report, that you have to have on the body cam. And I couldn't understand that. So that's why I would like to see what the policy states as well. You spoke to shot spotters as well. What is the status of shot spotters? How effective has it been? Have we made any arrests on this and seen any convictions based on shot spotters? I don't want the specifics, just a yes or a no.
I'd like the chiefs to testify to that.
St. Croix District, Houston Cornelius, yes.
Okay.
We have made an arrest on it.
Thank you.
St. Thomas District, yes. We have ongoing investigations going on all now with the shot spotter report.
Yes, we have ongoing investigations. The question was whether or not you have arrests.
Yes,
Slow down for me. Slow down for me. Slow
have,
down for me, Chief. Slow down for me. I'm just asking about arrests and conviction. I just want to be clear.
Well, yes, we made arrests. We
Okay.
have ongoing also. We have ongoing investigations also still going on with shot spotters.
Okay, thank you. And the training, how involved is the post council in your training?
We interact with them on a regular basis. I think that Deputy Commissioner Marsh can address that question.
Deputy Commissioner Marsh, we know posts have done some, what's it called, instructor development courses for other outside agencies. We provide them with all the training records of all the officers that go through the VIPD Academy as well.
Okay, and at some point we'll have an offline conversation on this. I see 14 recruits on each island, 9 of which will belong to VIPD and St. Thomas if they successfully graduate, and 4 for St. Croix if they graduate. Do we have a minimum amount that the department looks at, the VIPD that is, that you would like to have or see seated in the academy?
I don't know that we have a minimum amount. It sounded like DC Marsh wanted to give a response to that.
DC Marsh, you may proceed.
Yeah, Deputy Commissioner Marsh, in the St. Croix District, the class can hold at least 30 individuals. St. Thomas District, 25.
Okay. So I'll set up where we could have a offline conversation in depth with this. And lastly, the active shooter training that you spoke about. I was happy to hear you talk about that active shooter training, but I am very, very concerned, not only territorially, but nationally, as to how the media has been promoting and talking about the response time when you're moving on an active shooter, especially with these school shootings and whatnot. And I am very concerned that if we continue to push on that aspect, that we're going to have departments and agencies trying to be the Speedy Gonzales and forgetting about their training and just want to engage and access inside these schools. During your active shooter trainings, are we getting these active shooter trainings professionally done within the department?
DC Marsh?
Professionally, Deputy Commissioner Marsh, when you say professionally done, we have lesson plans. The department also has certified use of force instructors, where we are the ones that do the evaluating, we are the ones that provide the training, and we all are FLETC trained certified. So to professionally done, yes.
Right. I mean, once you're certified, I will consider that professionally done. I'm not just saying that professionally done from elsewhere, but what I want to make sure is that we don't have what we used to call the RoboCop type mentality, creating these scenarios for us, and that it is professionally being done. Because again, every time I hear these national news medias talking about it took X amount of minutes to get in, oh, this last set, they did this entry within 3 minutes, etc. Everybody is going to try to beat a time, and it's going to be detrimental. And I don't want it to be that. You know, things have a tendency of spilling over.
So the officers are trained to enter the buildings as safely as possible, as soon as safely as possible. So if we're not safe, then we can't ensure that the rest of that school or building is safe. So yes, they're trained to enter safely to ensure that that whole event is ended as quickly as possible. And every situation is different and will determine the time the officers enter that building.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will recess. It's now 1:39, almost 1:40. We will recess until 2:15, and we'll be back. All right? The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is now on recess until 2:15. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, April 19th, 2023 is back on record. We had the first round with the Office of Highway Safety and the Virgin Islands Police Department. We'll continue now into the second round, and we'll continue with the Virgin Islands Police Department here today. The Office of Highway Safety, the director was excused as she had a previous engagement. She was excused for the second half. So if we have any questions for the Office of Highway Safety, we can definitely share it with the leadership of the police department, and she'll be willing to submit that information to us. All right, so colleagues, we'll start a second round, and we'll go in the same order, and we'll have 6 minutes fluctuating the time. All righty, so 6 minutes. We'll start with Senator Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 6 minutes, followed by Senator Balkes, then Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers, central staff, and my staff alike. My first set of questions has to do with community interaction when engaging officers in the police department. One of the things that, as a resident, and have gotten several complaints about, I need to know if this has been changed or has been upgraded. One of the most frustrating things that I've witnessed is I'm a victim of a crime. I come into the Virgin Islands Police Department to file a complaint. The first thing I am seeing is an officer that is also a receptionist. So I'm feeling like a victim. And I need to speak to someone to help me. So after I get a chance to speak to this officer, this is what happens. I'm talking to the officer, explaining to them my concern, the phone rings. Hold, please. VIPD. Have a whole conversation, come back. I'm frustrated. I continue, hold, please. VIPD. Have a whole conversation, come back. What do you think is happening right at that moment to a victim that came in to get help, when it almost feels like they're trying to get some assistance, but they're being disenfranchised at the moment because you all have made internal decisions to take the officers that are taking the reports to also answer the phones? And I did ask Commissioner Martinez this before, and he said it was something that they were planning to get fixed. So I'm trying to see, has that been done?
Yeah, Assistant Commissioner Elsko, I'm not aware that that has been corrected, but I am glad to hear that your concern. This is something that I can reach out to Commissioner Martinez to see exactly what steps we've taken to correct that.
So working in the department on a day-to-day basis, no one can tell me this has been corrected or not, because the last time I was there, it was still happening.
Stephen Phillips, Chief of Police for St. Thomas and John
Yes.
Border. The problem is still there, ma'am. Senator. We had a PBX operator there before, and she retired, and hasn't been replaced as yet. We know we're working through the process. We'll work through it. I know I requested actually to HR to let's look for somebody to hire to put there as a PBX operator, because it is a distraction. A huge one, because the officers have to take a report, and actually when other people coming through the door also to and answer the phone. Yeah. So what we have done, when we have enough resources, we actually have another officer or the supervisor will assist the desk officer to try to assist the aid in case of
So when are we gonna? So do you guys have a time frame for some permanent resolution for this? Because this has been going on for years. This is not something.
Chief, before you respond, I'm sorry. Media, can you raise the volume for the senator so we could hear her clearly on this end, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yes, we, as I said, I know through HR, we request to put some, to hire someone for a PBX operator. So I refer that question to the HR director if that is happening.
Thank you. One of the things that we've had several conversations with the VIPD and in listening to callers call into different talk shows, one of the things they kept saying, it has to do with marijuana and how stops happen in the territory. They're stating that is it a policy that if you smell marijuana in the vicinity of a vehicle, that gives you the authority to search a vehicle? Because I'm trying to understand the clarity of how that works. Could you share a little bit with us how that works? Because I've heard a lot of dialogue where people are concerned, where there's a lot of vehicles being stopped and vehicles are being searched. And what is the rationale for even stopping the vehicle in the first place? Is they're utilizing and saying they just smelt marijuana. Could you share us a little bit how that works?
Well, when an officer stops a vehicle, they stop them for infraction. That's the first proper call to PC. While doing the investigative stop, and if they smell marijuana, they go ask them if they if they utilize the marijuana.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Second.
I'm talking about the infraction is the scent of marijuana. That is what they're saying.
Usually the infraction is something on the vehicle.
Okay, so you're saying that they just look at
So
a vehicle.
so that leads up to something else. So when we do different operations initiatives, right? We stop. Say we looking for infraction, heavy tint, a broken tail light, one light, or whatever the infraction is at the time. So sometimes an individual might have one infraction, or might have more infractions. So during the investigative stop, you ask a question, and these things lead up to different situations.
Okay. So with how the law is written about just decriminalizing for you to have X amount, I think below a certain amount,
Correct.
You can't really be arrested. Anything over something else. How do you guys then differentiate as to know if you do smell it? How do you even know what happens after that to know this person might actually have been utilizing more or have more on them versus what our law says would technically decriminalize that aspect of it?
So
Time.
Assistant Commissioner Elsko. So the possession of marijuana is still against the law. Let me make that clear to the public. The possession of marijuana is still against the law. The word decriminalized does not mean it's lawful to possess marijuana. It's still controlled. The smell of marijuana does not determine the amount. So police still have the ability or the ability to approach a vehicle when they smell marijuana.
That is what I was talking about, because we've seen a lot of, or heard quite a bit of reporting that came out that officers are using just the scent as a reason to engage individuals. So I was asking, what is the policy? So you're saying just by the scent of it, they have the right to do it?
Well, the scent of marijuana determines that marijuana is present.
Okay.
The officer can then investigate further to determine the amount.
Okay. Well, thank you for clearing that up. That is what I was initially talking about. But thank you so much. I think I heard them say time. I wasn't sure. Okay.
Yes,
thank
but
you
if
so
you
much
have
for the time.
Yes, but if you have a wrap up, you could go ahead.
Well, this meeting has gone on for quite a while. We had 7 minutes the last time, and
So
now we're
if you
doing
don't
6.
have any, just say you don't. Thank you.
I will. I'm trying to be mindful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Bolkes, at large senator, you're up for your 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to VIPD once again. I'm very pleased that the department is taking such an aggressive role and approach with implementing technological solutions to augment operations. Cameras, territory-wide body cams, traffic plate readers, access to even the National Crime Information Center and of course, the implementation of a real-time crime center eventually. And since we're speaking on the area of technology, in your records division, I truly believe that that division needs to be digitized, if I can say it that way. I know that you currently have about 3 personnel there, and that division generates somewhere between 15 to 20,000 per month. What efforts are you taking to digitize that area of VIPD, and how can we see more of the efforts to bring up the amount of generation when it comes to processing monies that are owed?
Ms. Watley?
Kishana Tweed, I'll go ahead and take that question. One of the things that we started to do is we've implemented a records management system that captures all the incident reports that are being done right now. We're also working on getting a program to put in all of those old cases that happened before we went live with the new system. We're also working on getting the online payment portion. We're right now working on an online payment portion just for our traffic records reports that would allow citizens to be able to pay for those reports online. So I'm currently in the process of talking to our vendor about that and also exploring options for incident management to be purchased online also.
Okay, excellent. I'm happy to hear that. I am definitely a proponent of e-government and the accessibility it gives to our citizenry to be able to access government services. So I'm very excited to hear about that and look forward to see how that implements and how it's working for the department. On the island of St. John, I wanted to shift gears and go to the area of Coral Bay on St. John. And unlike Cruz Bay, there is a station there, and I'm curious to know, are there any efforts to provide a substation in the Coral Bay area of St. John, whether it's a mobile unit or whatever?
Assistant Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, good afternoon again, Assistant Commissioner Brooks. So we have had several opportunities to visit the island of St. John, to look at several areas for potential office space for some a substation on the island of St. John. While we have not locked down a specific area, we know that is an area of grave concern. As it stands right now, the officers in the Cruz Bay area, St. John, literally have to do several patrols over to that side of the island. So it will be a huge benefit to us if we can actually secure area in the Coral Bay district to ensure that we have consistent coverage there. So no, we have not secured the areas yet, but it is at the top of the list of requirements for us to secure that the island of St. John.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I wanted to also ask about the police pre-cadet program. I didn't see it mentioned in the testimony. Does that program still exist? Are there any efforts to have pre-cadets in the police department?
Okay, so that program is currently in a standby mode. We are reevaluating that. Like I mentioned previously, Commissioner Martinez, we put several of those programs in a standby mode for reevaluation to see how we could better suit the needs of the community. And that was one of the programs.
Okay.
It was PAL, Weed and Seed, and the pre-cadets program. I can assure you that it will be re-emerging shortly. We have to ensure that we have the right leadership in place for that and the right policies to help drive that system in a positive direction for the department.
Thank you for that. I think it's a wonderful program, much like the Junior Firefighters program, and especially if we're going to have the conversation around trying to find officers. I think we start from the youth and inspire them to want to become, obviously, officers of the department.
I will add several of our leaders from the police department to include the Senate chair and the Senate president who are all pre-cadets. So,
interesting. The chair never told me that. I'll speak to him offline about that.
Okay.
But one other question before my time runs out. The Anna's Retreat building, I understand that it's about a 40-year-old building. And is the VIPD planning to either rebuild, or remodel that location? I know that there's some challenges there. I happened to take a visit of a number of stations, and that one was sort of a tight area. I understand that three units are housed there, the crime prevention, school security, and PAL program itself.
Yes.
Are there any efforts to try to remodel or rebuild that building?
Yes, Your Honor, but I refer that for more detail to that question to Director McIntosh.
Hi, good afternoon. Andrea Brian McIntosh, Properties. Yes, so what we're doing right now, in fact, we have been in conversation with the housing office to have the building repaired. There are some projects that are pending with that building. In addition to that, we're trying to have the 2 units move out of there so it can be reoccupied by the community unit that we had working in there. So right now we have school security, the zone, and I think it's PAL that's in there. So 2 of those units will eventually come out of there when we find respective locations to relocate those areas, those units.
Time.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Chair, would I please be able to ask one more question?
Sure, you ain't got to beg, and that's what I was trying to tell the previous speaker, but go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Junior firefighter. I mean, I say junior firefighter, I'm sorry. I meant pre-cadet. My last question actually has to do with the property room. I know that it contains a bunch of evidence in the property room, but I know that there's also a challenge with the spacing in the property room. And is there an effort to find a larger space, or even also an effort by the department to, I don't know if, for the lack of a better word, destroy some of the contents that are inside of the property room, whether they're firearms that are outdated from any court case and so forth, or even drugs or anything of that case? What is the strategy in making more space in the property room of the VIPD?
Assistant Commissioner Brooks.
That question actually is a property specific question. If it's specific to the St. Thomas district, I'll refer that question over to Director McIntosh as well. Thank you.
Director McIntosh, with regards to that, yes, we are in fact planning to have that area relocated. That is also part of one of our FEMA projects for the Alexander Farrelly complex. So when that move transpires, the property room will be relocated at that time to a much bigger space.
Okay, is there any effort by the department to destroy any evidence that would be considered outdated for some reason, rather than taking up space in the property room? And Mr. Chair, please, thank you for your leniency.
Yes, so during the time or prior to making that move, coordination will be done with the respective evidence officers and the Justice Department with regards to pending cases and evidence that's stored down there that can be destroyed.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator DeGraff, Senator DeGraff available? All righty. While Senator DeGraff comes forward, yes, we would like to see the revival of the police pre-cadet organization within the VIPD. I might have missed it, but what's the status of that program, if you could speak to it? I know you don't have the crime prevention commander there, or do you?
This is a pre-cadet program you speak of?
Yes.
So as mentioned, as previously mentioned, that program is currently under reevaluation. We want to revamp that program, and we started under new leadership with more updated policy. So you should see something in the very near future relative to the cadet program. It's a vital program. We know it's very important, and it's at the top of the list of Commissioner Martinez's respective objectives.
Okay, because that program have been long gone for a long time. I know there was a trial at reviving it, but I don't think it was long-lived. So I'm asking that we pay close attention to that. I believe that the last two real persons that came from the police pre-cadet program would have been Terrence Manning in the St. Thomas and John District and myself from St. Croix. That's all the way back to 1989, 1990. So, Senator DeGraff, I almost call you Deputy Chief. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
I'll take it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take it, man, you know. Deputy Chief, anything. Act 8547 regarding ghost guns. Now, are you familiar with the act where people are bringing firearm in parts into the territory? Have you encountered that, and has the function of this law now assisted the department in any way?
Okay, so, and this is relative to the ghost gun. So we've had meetings with, and we're looking at it twofold. Let's look at it twofold. One, the importation of firearms, whether it's in full, completed or in parts, or the mailing of the parts. And so we've had meetings with the Postal Service, the Postmaster, relative to ongoing investigations and the importation of these parts and how we can address that. So those meetings are ongoing. We have meetings relative to how we're going to proceed the way forward with joint operations to address that issue. And then as far as the importation through the airports, i.e., as you know, just as with all other firearms, once we're notified or we have a notice that there are firearms or firearm parts coming into the airport, we address it through our substation and our territorial commander over the firearms division. These are ongoing operations. We also have on the very near horizon joint operations with CBP and TSA down at the respective, whether it's HERA or SICA, to specifically address the importation of drugs and guns and the gun parts coming into the territory. So these are ongoing discussions and operations simultaneously, and how we can improve our cooperative efforts in addressing these issues.
Okay, great. What generation bulletproof vests and radios do we have now? How old are they, or how new are they? You know, radios and the body armor for the police.
I can speak on the radio portion.
Sure.
Right now, we're using the Tate model, and we're using a 9300, which is the latest version that we have. We was on the 8100 before.
Okay, good. So are we able to keep all other radios from tapping into them?
So yes, we have done that. I think you're talking about the first phase encryption portion. So yes, we've done that. I'm waiting for feedback to find out if there's anything, if there's any issues with that. But as far as I know, everything went well with that.
Okay, I didn't want to use a big word, encryption, but thanks for saying it, because that's exactly what I wanted to know. And in regards to the body armor for the police officers, are we up to the latest generation of body armor for the police?
Deputy Commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner Mars. Yes, as a matter of fact, we're in the process of replacing vests at this time, and we all keep the latest firearms.
Okay, and in regards to having other agencies come to work, and especially during Carnival, to work with PD, do you give them body armor to wear? Like, for instance, I know other government law enforcement entities may have their own. But I think you have National Guard members who come also. I don't know if you're going to look to bring on the guards to assist, but would they be given any type of body armor to wear during any of these events?
Chief Philip, the National Guard has their own vest, flak vests with their own plates and everything, body armor that can sustain up to a 5.56 millimeter round. So they have their equipment when they walk along with us for the carnival. They actually have the kind of the Kevlar and the head, and they have their full gear, full daddle, as we call it in the military.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Assistant Commissioner, let's go. Just 1 second, please. So regarding vests, we typically do not
2
loan
minutes.
out vests. The additional law enforcement agencies usually come with their own equipment.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that.
You're welcome, sir.
Now, in regards to Carnival, we have a boating event day. You have these boats come out, fast boats. Do we have police vessels that we can put in the harbor to be there in the event someone either falls over? We saw that video went viral last year where the young lady pushed the next young lady overboard. Do we have individuals would be in the water to look out for those type of situations?
Stephen Philip, Chief of Police, St. Thomas. Right now, our boat is currently down, but we partnership with DPNR. For the Oversoaker cruise, we had actually 2 vessels from DPNR and the boat along with VIPD personnel. For the carnival, we'll be looking for St. Croix counterparts to actually come over to assist, especially with the boat race days and different days for carnival. So the team will be over here also too.
Okay, and one thing major is the lighting in the nighttime. We made arrangements with WAPA to light up some of these areas that we know, again, the children parade area in the back there, it's always dark, to put those portable lights to light up the area and if not even those areas, even some of the road that we traverse on a regular.
That's correct. Actually, we talked to National Guard also too. They have the portable lights, Public Works, even the administrative office, they have extra lights. We put them in strategic areas, places that where people hangs out, and we light up that area, making sure everybody's safe. So those things will be in place. It will be in place. I just let you know it will be in place.
Okay, because again, well, I know we just get 6 minutes wrong and I had the time. We could keep you here all day, but again, thank you for all you do. Continue doing what you're doing and be safe in what you do. And we're asking everybody to come out and have a great time. Asking all the crucians to come over and enjoy Carnival with us. St. John, come down and enjoy with us. So when your turn comes, we'll do the same. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Just go across the street, go up to the office and sit with them, man. All right? Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Vice Chair Fonseca, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to all the listening audience. Again, blessing. I wanted to go to page 2 of your testimony, page 2 of it, the last paragraph, Acting Assistant Commissioner Elsko. I think it's Acting Assistant. I think we're going to have to bring the Oscars out here. We got a lot of actors in the police department. That's one of the important things that we have to fix. But I wanted to just repeat what you said, because, you said here, efforts to improve relations between the community and the police department have yielded greater results than expected. And I want to continue on this here because remember, the police have made a vow to serve and to protect. The police are giving us protection. And they are telling us in their reports that the relations between the VIPD and the community is what is yielding great results. So I wanted to just explain to me, and the listening audience also, Mr. Elsko, or maybe even the Deputy Chief, Mr. Brown. if someone has some information, tell me how they can be confident that the police is not going to release that information or is going to get around. Tell me what the process is so the listening audience can feel comfortable. They can call you with a tip, etc.
Deputy Chief Cornelius?
Senator, on the St. Croix side of things, what we have been doing in relation to the different programs we have held, we started to foster a good relationship with our community where we meet the parents and all of that, and they come and they start to mingle with the officers. In mingling with the officers, they now start to feel that close bond where they would be comfortable to speak to the officer in relation to whatever concerns they might have. Once the information is passed on to that officer, the officer then comes, whether it be to myself, the commissioner, or wherever, in terms of what they have, and they will filter that information to what the investigator that's handling whatever case they have to then bring some results to the parties or the complainants or
yeah. But you don't
families that have
reveal the
incidents.
name of the source, right? You don't reveal the name, right?
No, we do not, sir.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Senator,
I just
Senator.
wanted the public to hear that. Now, the other thing I wanted to discuss is the illegal firearms, that gun program. There's a program where you buy back the guns, right?
The gun buyback program.
Yeah. So I don't know much about gun, but you know, I've heard about the AK-47. I think it's a Russian-made gun. If mommy see a AK-47 with one of the siblings, one of the youth, they turn it into you. How much they getting back from the police if they bring a good AK-47?
I feel like that doesn't meet the elements of a buyback. That's more of a report being made that somebody else has possession of an illegal firearm.
But no, my question is no, and it's serious. If you know, the parents see a gun that the youth have, they know they ain't supposed to have a gun.
2 minutes.
They can call the police and say that, listen, I saw a gun. They're not going to get in trouble and they get something. How does it work? Because we want to make sure that we get these guns off and that, you know, the parents can feel free to call the police, you know, because I know if my son them had a gun, I call in the police. I want, you know, no trouble saying that they think it's my gun, and I'm sure the police wouldn't. But how does that program work, you know?
Okay, Senator St. Croix, Cornelius. When we have the program set up in the department, it's at least twice a year. Once it's set up, we send it out to the public as to where we're going to be, the times that we're going to have the program going on. The individual that has the gun, he comes to the area, and when he walks up to the officer or the individuals there, he hands over the gun, and they have I want to say an expert that sits down there, and they have a chart that they look at. And once they look at the chart, it has a specific setup as to how much for that gun, and then the individual is compensated and they walk away. No questions asked.
So, okay, excellent. You ain't asking no question. Mr. Chair, I got one question I wanted to finish here.
Go ahead.
Yes, okay. So you have 14 recruits on the St. Thomas, St. John district and 14 on the St. Croix district now in a class, right? Is that was the testimony?
That's correct.
Okay, good. What will that do? What is your total current staff and what is your goals? How much police officers you want to get to and where are you now?
Well, it's not in the best interest of the police department or the community to discuss our current staffing.
Okay, but
this is something that I can talk to you about
more
in private.
Okay, but you need more recruits, right?
We need more, that's for sure.
Okay, so tell me now, I'm going to give you the opportunity to talk to the public and tell them what the VIPD can offer them so that they can look into having a career in law enforcement. Because, a few of our esteemed senators in this body, even our honorable chair, has a career in the police force, and also the chairman of this committee has a career. So tell the public how this would encourage, how it would be beneficial to join and have a law enforcement career. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Well, it was said earlier that police work was the best work ever, and I believe in that 100%. I think we need many more very good, qualified, passionate candidates. I can't explain that any further, but I will open this opportunity to Human Resources, Director Richards.
Director Richards, BAPHR. When it comes to being an officer, if you're looking for a career, that's the place to go. Starting pay, $40,953. Now, if you have an associate degree, that's 15% extra. If you have a bachelor's degree, that's 20% extra. If you have a master's degree, that's 30% extra on top of $40,953. Upon that, once you have to go through a number of processes, which is you have to apply, your application is vetted. If you have a degree, you get waived from taking the entrance examination. If you don't have a degree, you have to take the entrance examination. Once you pass that, you go on to interview, then background, medical, psychological, and then you're in the academy. The academy lasts about 6 to 7 months, while in academy, the starting pay in academy is $35,000. So you do get paid while being in the academy. Yeah, so upon graduating, you go to 40,953, and you're basically in patrol for a year, and then after that, if any availability come open elsewhere in the department, you're welcome to apply.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, Vice Chair. So as you see, they're well compensated. Y'all heard the former deputy chief out of Savannah, Senator DeGraff, and you heard the former deputy chief assistant commissioner, now Senate president, spoke about when they entered, the price tag was $14,000. That was in the 80s. When I joined in 1990, it was $18,000. Today, see what we're talking about, 40,000. Some may say there ain't no money, but for the type of money that we were making back then, we produced, and we expect to see production as well. Right
Point
now,
of inquiry.
before I go on to I'm hearing a point of inquiry. Can you hold off on a point of inquiry a sec, or it needs to go now?
It was germane to the discussion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, and I'll ask all members to hold off on point of inquiries at this time. But go ahead with yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. My point of inquiry is what was discussed was really the career incentive program, and I was wondering how many officers or current officers are in the career incentive program currently per district.
I'm not sure that we'll have that information right now, but can you submit that to us, please, through the chair?
Yes, no problem.
Thank you.
Staff, please make note of that through the chair request of a listing of officers, but I will extend it to all employees under VIPD if there's any career incentive pays. Please. Thank you. Senator James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Greetings once again to the people of the Virgin Islands. If this question was asked before, forgive me, is regarding the camera project. I know ever since this commissioner has been put into position prior to. I know we had conversations on in the same body regarding the camera project. Of course, there's always a need for more funding, but if you were to say we need some more cameras, would you say that you have a plan in place where you already have it budgeted, have ideas for locations once that funding is received to you? VIPD?
The plan extends to the number of cameras we're already working on, but there's never enough cameras. So that's a plan that we can develop in the future.
Okay. Because I deal with reality. You're short staff, long story short. And we have a community where individuals feel like ratting or snitching is some sort of a negative thing. But one thing about a camera, you can't shoot a camera. So once we have cameras in place, that can stand in court. So I'm really looking forward to y'all coming before us and presenting a plan. And of course, we could put 1 million cameras, but we need to do it in increments. If we're gonna have a 5-year plan, we say, okay, in this year, we put X, Y, and Z cameras. In year 2, there's X, Y, and Z cameras. And then eventually we have this big overall project. Now, some people say they have a fear of the Virgin Islands being a police state, but yet they want us to operate like the United States. We contradict ourselves a lot here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Either we want to be the Wild Wild West, or we want to mirror that of the United States of America. And I think we are on the right track. And of course, it's going to require funding, so that's what I'm kindly asking, and you said yes. So
Yes, sir.
I would look forward to further conversations.
Ms. Clercent may have some additional information regarding your question.
Sure.
Florence Clercent, Federal Grant Coordinator. I just wanted to add that the department has been foreseeing the need for additional cameras, and we have gone ahead and secured additional funding from different federal agencies to allow us to implement camera projects in different phases. So we have begun that, and we have secured additional funding, and we are going to continue to expand the camera projects from one phase to the other.
And this is just my suggestion. Thank you for that information. My suggestion is, of course, you can't get everyone. It's like Noah's Ark. You wait until it's too late to come on the ark. But you need to reach out to business owners, have a sit down with them, and we need to find some way that we can create incentives for them for putting up our business cameras or cameras in their businesses, and to create some level of confidentiality where they're not in the feeling of being threatened if they were to provide that information to VIPD. Because businesses, whether we believe it or not, a lot of people frequent businesses. And if you have certain cameras in place, then you can see that, okay, he was at this business prior to engaging in that criminal activity. So all I'm saying is just to have some conversations with the business owners, specifically, Christiansted Town, Frederiksted Town, where we know we have a lot of commerce. So please do that. And my last...
Senator, just to let you know, if you listen to or remember the news, we were fortunate to go away to visit a crime center, and the good Commissioner Ray Martinez, along with the staff, we have in our thought process where we, just what you said, we are going to be meeting with the business owners to do just that. So it is in our thought process from the trip that we took. That was a part of their plan. And we liked it, and the commissioner said that's what we want to do, and we're looking to do just that. Meet with the business owners and do just.
Thank you. And when it comes to the Second Amendment, when I was born, we met that there, and I stand behind of it, even though individuals do not like guns. The forefathers of this country found it necessary to put the Second Amendment in place. So my question to you is, right now, who is over the division of firearms? Was there a recent change on Island of St. Croix?
There was a recent change in St. Croix of the management.
So who's the new person?
The new person is Sergeant Frankie Ortiz.
Okay, and I'm hoping and praying, specifically for the business owners, we need to protect our business owners. And the good thing about the business owner, we know how to find them. We know they're entering into commerce. And we just want to make sure that we don't create a certain level of bureaucracy when it comes to our business owners. That should be a priority, because that's how this government collect revenues and taxes and fees from our business owners, and they need to be able to protect their businesses. So I'm hoping and praying with the new person on board that we don't have those delays that we have seen in the past when it comes to our business owners. And it's up to your discretion when it comes to the personal ones. I am not getting into that. But for our business owners, please. It has been a process where I've become a call center for VIPD, and I don't really like intervening, but it shouldn't be to the point where I have to be making a call for a business owner. Those personal ones, I try to stay out of it. But for business owners, we need to protect them.
Yes, sir, understood. We saw the need for a change and we made it.
Thank you. I'm not sure if my time was called, but I will keep talking until I stop. And as far as the St. Thomas Carnival, I really hope and pray that our men and women in blue get home safely. I saw what y'all did for the Uber Soca Cruise, and I commend every single one. But we know we're dealing with a different beast when it comes to alcohol. And like I'm saying, not saying that adults do not engage in the fighting, but we have to really pay attention to those youngsters who are going to be going through the juve route, wilding out and drunk. We need to pull them aside and deal with them, carry home to their parents. So please look out for those young wild ones who are going to be causing havoc. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, and thank you for your commentary. Before I recognize Senator Keepart, the Vice Chair was on a track there, and I was trying to remember what the other program was. He did ask about the gun buyback, but that's a different program. He also asked about if a parent found a weapon in the house, what to do and how much she would get for that gun. The answer is nothing, because that's not a gun buyback. However, I do have introduction for a piece of legislation that's called a consent to search. That's where parents who may have seen or found a firearm in their house, in between a rock and a hard place to go get your child in trouble, and don't want to say nothing and wondering, should I say, should I not say? We want them to be able to say, and there wouldn't be an arrest made for the gun possession, but of course an investigation would continue on the firearm, and if ballistics show that it was connected to a homicide or something, then charges will come for that. But if the parent were to find a weapon in the house and call you to come for it, and you come and you find a .357 or a Glock or something, that you'll be able to safely remove it from the house and not make an arrest right then and there. All right, so we're still exploring this, and I'll share it with you as well.
Thank you.
All right. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. I want to ask Ms. Clarescent, what fiscal year funds are you now spending and closing out?
We're only, Florence Clarescent, Federal Grant Coordinator. We're only allowed to spend current year funds. Not sure if I follow.
So you have any special fundings that you're closing out now?
Well, we have grants that we receive. So some of them are multi-year grants, and they allow us to spend as long as we remain within the period of performance. So we spend inside of every period of performance.
A good example is the Stone Garden funds. What's the update on that? Is that still active?
Yes, the Stone Garden program is very much active. We have multiple grants under that program, and we utilize each of them within their period of performance. We have successfully closed out 2 of them, and we have, we're in the process of acquiring a vessel for the department utilizing Stone Garden funds as well.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Clearson. I just have to put on the record that I know Ms. Clearson working at DPNR, and she is definitely an asset to VIPD, so you all take care of her. And also, the training academies, I asked earlier in regards to the generators, but now I want to ask about the facility itself. The training academy on St. Thomas, has there been any maintenance improvements at that facility? Would that be you, Ms. McIntosh?
Good afternoon, yes. Ms. Brian McIntosh, Properties? Yes, so we have been doing repairs both on the St. Croix and St. Thomas District Training Academies.
So if you could prioritize like 3 important things that you're working on at that facility in St. Thomas, what are they?
One generator, the others, we had a few leaks.
What about the restrooms? Any improvements on the restroom?
And some, we did some, and we also had some electrical issues, which we have worked on.
Okay, because I think if I do a comparison from St. Thomas to St. Croix training facility, I see that it really needs a lot of attention in the St. Thomas Academy. So how I look at it is these men and women who serve us in this community, when they work away from home, I think we need to prioritize improving their working conditions. So I'm going to go on to the Richmond and Silmo Marshall Command Station. Have we had any improvements on that facility? Because if you ask me, I think we need to move out that facility, find a new home for those men and women to work in that facility. Every time it rains, that facility is compromised. What are we doing to improve that facility or to move those individuals?
As a matter of fact, as Andre Brian McIntosh, Properties, with regards to the station C Command, Christiansted, Basin Triangle, we have just as recent as last month actually gone and visit several locations to try and relocate that zone. We have made contact with the landlord who has provided floor plans so that we're actively working on, and with the landlord at that, where they are right now, the landlord have for the time been making repairs at that building. But we are seeking to relocate that zone.
Thank you. Happy to hear that. What about the Anstrada Command A station in Estate in Lorraine? I think that facility is being misused. Not to say that those individuals who work there don't deserve an office, but with times how times are changing, where we're having gun violence and everything, we want to make sure that we have a police station within close proximity to residential areas. What's the status on the Anstrada Command A station? I know
1
that
minute.
may not be for you, Ms. McIntosh, but if you can.
So we did have some repairs just as recent as 2 weeks ago. We repaired the AC. That building is functioning and operational. However, I'll yield to the chief's office. Manning of that station is for operations, and I think it was due to manpower, if I am correct. However, I'll have the chief's office address that.
Mr. Cornelius?
Your question is relating to manpower.
I want to know the status. What's happening at Anstrada? Is it being just operated for the school crossing guards? Are you going to transition that to a command station to have police officers at that station? Give me an update what the plans are.
We have officers presently there.
Okay.
Who we have there is the school resource officers along with the juvenile division. That's who mans that station right now.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may proceed, just one more line of questioning. So the Marine unit, can I get an update? I didn't see any mention really of the Marine unit in the testimony today, the K9 unit and the bike unit in Frederickstead. If you could give me an update on the Marine unit, K9 unit, and the bike unit.
Assistant Commissioner Brooks can take the question on the Marine unit.
Good afternoon again, Senator Capehart.
Good
The
afternoon.
Marine unit, we're in the process of upgrading the current assets that we have, and territorial, not only in the St. Croix district, but territorial. We've had the same vessels for quite some time. We're undergoing the process right now to acquire new assets. The first asset should be arriving here in the territory shortly for the St. Croix district, shortly thereafter the one for the St. Thomas district. The overall goal relative to the Marine unit is to step up our Marine patrols around the territory. As you know, coming from the IPD, we had some substantial issues relative to those assets. They were quite outdated. They were there for quite some time, and we needed to upgrade those. So through some support from Operation Stone Garden, as Ms. Larson mentioned before, we were able to acquire funds to support us replacing and upgrading new marine systems for the department. Also, we were donated two vessels through the National Park Service. One is already operational in the St. Croix district. If you go into the Frederickstead area, you will see that unit already in operation down in the Frederickstead area, supporting the cruise ship as they enter and leave the Frederickstead area. The vessel for the St. Thomas side, that is still being repaired at this, well, not repaired, but that unit actually is being outfitted at this time. And once that vessel has been outfitted, it will then be commissioned into the fleet here in the St. Thomas district to do basically the same mission here in the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor and over in the St. John area. So we're on the move when it comes to our marine assets, boosting that area for the Virgin Islands Police Department.
And the chiefs can answer regarding K9.
K9 on the St. Croix district, Houston Cornelius. We have 5 K9 handlers, and it ranges in terms of their disciplines. We have our narcotics, we have firearms, we have bomb, and we have cadaver. That's what we have presently, along with the supervisor of that unit on the St. Croix side. We have one officer, also he deals with the narc side in terms of the discipline of the dog. He is dual. He's a K9 handler, however, he's also assigned to the training academy. So that's what we have on the St. Croix side.
Okay. And the bike unit?
The bike unit, we have a bike officer for Frederickstead, that's Mitchell. We have a officer for Frederickstead, and we have a officer for Christianstead.
Thank you for that update. I just wanted to put on the record that I've been in government going on 30 years, and I've had the opportunity to work in a few departments. So I wanted to say that when departments come before me, it's not to say because I know what I know, I'm going to be in opposition. My thing is, I'm putting it on a record that I want to work with these departments with the challenges that they face that I know of. It is not here to go against you. It is to help you, especially the men and women who protect our community. I don't want to go against IO one bit, because you are here to protect me, you are here to protect my family, my children, and everybody in this community. So I just wanted to let you all know any challenges, any problems that you feel Diane Capehart can help you with, please feel free. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Hold your point of inquiry a second. I did ask that, but I will give you your time to speak just now. I'll let you speak next. Before I recognize Senator Franklin Johnson for his 6 minutes, since we were at the zones already, 2 questions asked by the previous speaker I had jot down, but I'll just go based on a one, and then when it's my turn, I'll ask you the other one. Let's go back to the zones, because I wanted to know the status of the zones, which are the police stations per district, because persons need to understand there's a difference between a police station and a police substation. In St. Croix, for instance, you have the police station. In Frederickstead, that's at Hannah's Rest location, and you have a substation, which is in the downtown area where the bike unit supposed to operate from. But can you tell us the status of the police stations per district, whether they're open to public access? And give me the location. Starting on St. Croix, tell me the location of your police stations, active or inactive.
Chief?
24 hours you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
The Anselmo Marshall Command, that's down in the Christiansted side, that's 24 hours.
Richmond.
Richmond.
Go ahead. Yes.
When you're talking 24 hours on the west side, Hannah's Rest area, you're talking about the Wilbur H. Francis Command.
Hannah's Rest.
Hannah's Rest.
Yes. I'm just adding the specific location. So, and before we go to St. Thomas, you mentioned Anstrada Command, who is being manned by. Is that a 24-hour access manned station?
No, sir. No, Senator.
What's the hours of operations for the Anstrada Command, which is supposed to be a police station for the middle of the island?
The Anstrada Command is open from 0700 hours, and it could go up to about 1600 hours or 1700 hours, depending on how the school resource officers or the juvenile officers are working.
So that's 7 a.m. public until 4 p.m. or 5 p.m.
Yes.
So you stated the School Security Bureau and the Youth Investigation Bureau.
Yes, sir.
Is there an officer there assigned to the front desk?
Depending on the manpower, there would be. As of right now, no.
So what would be the duty and responsibility of the officer man in the front desk there?
If there is an officer at the front desk, that officer would take calls, one, and also handle reports.
Handle reports.
Yes.
So the officer that was reassigned from the firearms unit, was he or she reassigned to that command?
To a command, the Anstrada Command, yes, sir.
To do what?
To assist the school resource officers.
So that individual is not taking reports from the public if someone were to go into that station?
If he is there, yes, he would be.
So if he's not there, where would he be?
If he is not there, depending on what the commander of the school resource office, resource division does, he might put him on the street. If he puts him on the street, he's now assigned to assist with a school, depending on what's going on.
So, you know, I'm a straight shooter, right? I don't want to think.
Yes, sir.
Is he assigned to the zone to be the desk officer, or is he assigned to the School Security Bureau?
He's assigned to the school resource division.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to all. I heard your response to Senator Capard about the K-9. You specifically spoke about the K-9s you have. Give me some stats about these K-9s besides them going to the school. What are you guys doing with them? Some stats as far as raid, whatever you have done with them, because the most I'm hearing, going to school, doing demonstrations and stuff like that. So I need to hear a little bit more about the K-9 dogs that we have, because St. Croix have a full fleet of 5, you said. And I need to know in what operation, at least how many times you've been using them effectively.
The K-9s on the St. Croix side of things, they patrol with their handlers every day. once they're out on the road, I could tell you about the gun dogs and the narc dogs for sure. They're out patrolling, and whenever there is the opportunity is there for them to utilize the dogs, they are utilized. So they're used every day. In terms of and these dogs are dual. You got to remember this. So even though you might have a dog that's a bomb dog, that dog might be able to do apprehensions. So we gotta make sure we understand that. The gun dogs could do apprehension. The narc dogs could do apprehension. So depending on what's going on, while they're on patrol, if there is something to do with apprehension, they could apprehend. If it's narc or whatever, they could do that also. So they're used every day doing what needs to be done.
Through the chair, I'd like to get some stats from Department of Public Safety on how effective and how much operation they've been utilizing these dogs do. Through the chair. And Acting Assistant Commissioner Escrow, right?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been acting?
It's been quite a while. I haven't been keeping track.
You can you estimate a year and 5 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years?
My position was announced when Commissioner Martinez took the helm.
Speak into the mic, please, so that the stenographer who is
I'm sorry.
taking
It's been quite a while. The answer has been quite a while. And my position was announced when Commissioner Martinez took the helm of the police department.
So it's over a year?
2 years, about.
Are you being compensated in the acting position? What the salary the assistant commissioner would have been getting, or your counterpart in St. Thomas is being paid?
That I don't know.
Wow.
I mean, I haven't asked any questions of my counterparts.
Well, I'm giving you a job to do. The next time I see you, need to find out about that salary and if you're being compensated. So that's your job that I'm giving you directly?
Yes, sir.
I need when
Understood.
you come back to tell me if you're being compensated on the manner that the person who is chief right now is his salary, and because you're doing the job.
Understood.
So it's unfair for you to go in this line. And when you ask him, make sure you ask him if you're going to get retractive. Because if you're not being compensated, you must be retractive for the work that you're doing. I need to go to my good buddy over there in St. John, the chief, Mr. Clayton Brown. How long have you been acting?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Brown of St. John. Shortly after the commissioner was appointed, he approached me, and it's from that time.
Well, I'm going to say the same thing to you. The next time you appear, I need to know if you're getting paid like your counterpart, and if not, make sure we find out what's going to happen with you as far as your retractive. This is too long. This is much too long. Help me out, HR.
2 minutes.
Are they being compensated from your knowledge?
No, they're not.
Wow. And you said these gentlemen documents are up in Government House?
Everything was processed and it's currently under review by both VAP and Government House.
Well, I gonna call the governor. I'm being very straightforward. I'm gonna call him. We can't do our people this. We cannot. Can't put our people to work like this, have them acting, not paying them. When I work, I want to get paid. And when I'm coming here and I'm getting at you guys, asking you all to produce and do your job, I want you to get paid for what you're doing. I don't want to ask you all of these questions, drill you down, trying to find out. And you're acting to our Deputy Chief Cornelius? Same time too? Jeez, I'm Brett. I ain't get appointed for a Grammy or nothing yet. I mean, this is real. How could people be, this? I want to ask a question. You guys mentioned about collaboration with the federal partners. How is that relationship going?
Status quo, sir. Everything's been status quo.
They're helping you guys out with ATF. Are they on board with you guys?
Well, we make contact with them on a regular basis. I'd say weekly, sometimes daily. We assist them, and they assist us with operations.
I definitely want to see the commission, and in my discussion with the governor, I'll be bringing this up too. There was a piece of property out in Cotton Valley, Plat 57, that was donated to this government with agreements that a substation be built. And there was a time frame in place.
Time.
And if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, this we're talking back from when Governor John DeYoung was in office. And the time frame has passed. The government haven't built a substation. The family member has been reaching out saying, well, if you're not going to do it based on the agreement, the land should be returned to the family. And if you don't want to return it, then we should pay that family. But we need to do right. When folks come out and they volunteer their property under terms and agreement, the government should fulfill that obligation. I know you built one in La Valley that never been touched. In fact, it's rotting down to the ground right now. I know that. I see that building. And I know with your manpower situation, it's going to even be worse.
Yes, sir.
But I definitely going to have some conversation with the governor. Governor, I'm calling you because we want these men to be compensated properly. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And if you think you got to call the governor, you're lying, because they're watching the hearing. So they're fully understanding what's going on. And you know I'm going to call a spade a spade. But some of these guys and gals in these positions are comfortable within their acting capacity because they're making more money the way that they're in the acting position than if they were to get paid in the position itself. Meaning they could make overtime, some of them. And what's going to happen is that while they're making more money now, and we're still saying that they're going to make retroactive money, they're going to make more money again on top of what they're getting. And that's why they're so comfortable. But, you know, we have a responsibility to manage the government's affairs. And we need to address it once and for all, especially those individuals that are clocking the overtime hours. There's a reason for having them in these exempt positions, and when they're asked to sit in the exempt positions, then we need to make sure that their paperwork and documentation are handled in a timely manner. So we'll look at this from a legislative perspective, and if we have to say that just like one can't act over X amount of days, I think 90 days or something in a capacity with a cabinet level position, we're going to also have to start to look at this, because people being able to clock these type of hours and make this excessive amount of overtime is just ridiculous.
Quick point of inquiry. On your line of questioning, Mr. Chair.
Senator Johnson, point of inquiry.
To HR, isn't that already the law? After X amount of days, these individuals should be compensated at that rate of salary?
I just stated that's at the cabinet level, so we will be addressing it from on the lower level. That's at the cabinet level with the law. I just responded, Senator. That's at the cabinet level.
You're getting HR off the hook?
Yes. Thank you. Senator President, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to say on this round, I want to start off by saying I thank you to the men and women of the Virgin Islands Police Department for their work. I know that it's not easy. Our streets continue to be volatile. There's a lot happening. I truly appreciate them continuing to do their best every single day on our behalf. I really want to say that to them. So I'm one that believe in the broken window theory, is that we need to make sure that we're pushing the small issues, and then the bigger things will fall in line. You know, I very much embrace the park, walk, and talk. If we talk about building a relationship with our community, and you know, making sure that we're getting to improve our information pool, our confidential informant pool. You know, we have to be able to dialogue with the community. I commend you know, the Deputy Chief Cornelius and the work that he's been doing in the community to really continue to build that community relations rapport and I'm sure that the same is being done in the St. Thomas district as well. So I want to continue to encourage and commend that. Something that's happening at the federal level that we continue to play somewhat numb. There's a level of numbness, throughout nationally and even here at home, is these mass shooting. We seriously have to take all action to make sure that we're bringing awareness to our community in regards to mass shooting. Every time statesides sneeze, we catch a cold. It's just a matter of time. I intend to lead the charge and bringing all three branches of government together for us to really have a discussion and a conversation in respect to this and how do we respond to this type of situation. It's not a matter of if, but when. We truly have to be able to prepare ourselves for this. And having said that, I just got on my email that the Juan Francisco Louis North will be opening on the 22nd, at least for patients transfer. So I'm truly looking forward to that because medically, we also have to be prepared to undertake those type of mass situation. But it's important that at least we have that dry run, that conversation. I know that we're good at crisis management, but a lot of times we could even be better if we're really table-topping these discussions and be able to prepare for the unfortunates. Another thing that's very much on my mind, as everyone have known, I've really advocated and championed the issue of a comprehensive behavioral health legislation, working with Government House and all of the stakeholders to include the Virgin Islands Police Department. I wanted to ask you, the chiefs, what are we doing to make sure that we continue to be informed, conduct roll calls, and just this whole notion of behavioral health and what we're seeing in our community. How are we training up our officers to be prepared to handle that situation with behavioral health? Don't all jump in at once.
Chief Phillip?
As we discussed earlier, Senator, we have trained all our officers in CIT, and we have 2 certified nationally, one second, get the correct name, nationally certified mental health first aid personnel instructors, one in St. Thomas and one in St. Croix.
Excellent.
That'll be up. So we take it seriously after that meeting and conference that we had. So we have our officers trained up and are looking forward to working with the Department of Health in addressing the mental health issues that we are called out for as well.
Very well. And also, while we're on that, we also have to be concerned as well as suicides. We have the 98 number that hopefully is active, and we want to continue to implore and encourage individuals to please exercise that whole discussion. Virgin Islands Police Department, we're not immune to this type of things, and we have to continue to employ the assistance of our behavioral health, our psychologists on board. That's one of my proud hires that I did when I became commissioner. We really got to make sure that our officers are trained up, and we openly discuss this issue of suicide, both as a responder and as well as a victim, because as police officers we have to listen to everybody's problem. Who's there to listen to ours or yours? I ain't not police no more, right? Who's there to listen to yours? So it's critical. That was very near and dear to my heart when I was within the Virgin Islands Police Department, because we have to endure it. We run from case to case, from situations to situations, from trauma to trauma, and we really got to just be prepared to undertake that. And we have to make sure that our supervisors are able to know those signs. When we start to see our officers, they're acting out, they're becoming a little bit more aggressive than usual, they're drinking more than usual, all of these are indicators that something is happening. They're committing domestic violence, for example. All of these are indicators that something is happening that we need to really just take them offline for a minute and be able to get them evaluated and take care of them before it gets too bad. Comstat, I really wanted to just quickly go over Comstat. What are we doing to analyze the information before us? And I know throughout my time, the hotspots continue to be the same. Our towns, most of our towns were the hotspots, the Sign Farm, Princess, the Williams Light area, and I'm sure today those are the same hotspots that we're seeing. How are we utilizing Comstat to then drive our enforcement?
Assistant Commissioner Brooks.
Good afternoon again, Senator. So the chiefs and the individual, and each individual district drive their own Comstat meetings relative to the commanders being doing their reports, be it through their commander's call. And so I will have each chief speak directly to the responsibilities of their respective commanders and the coverage of those areas of concern that you mentioned.
Good afternoon again. I'm Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water District. How we utilize Comstat based on information, of course, gathering and intel. So we put the officers where the needs are. So when we get the information, we have our commanders call and we discuss what we need to do and where to place officers. Like we have our technology, we have our crime stop shot spotters. So basically, when we get shot spotter report, we look at the area and see where the crime is happening in the area, and we place officers in that vicinity, or we do intel-driven or investigative work in that area to curtail the shots being fired in that area. So we have the discussion. Basically, if something is happening as the commander in your area, you're the one responsible making sure that your area is fixed. If not, we address the issue accordingly. But we basically, as I said, we look at the stats based on what we get the data, and then we place officers, and that's part of our, we probably deploy officers in areas. Like one of our areas of concern was for quite some time over by the Alton Arnold's Drive OHC area. So what we did a focus deterrent by placing officers in that vicinity, try to take away the criminal element from being in that area. And that actually is working, and it still is working, because so often we have officer is placed there. Also in the Smith Bay area, we have officers placed in certain areas that is considered to be high crime. So we are working that angle, and it is actually working out best for us. And actually also we actually have our drone unit that we utilize also to which part we do our flybys and actually get information in that area also too. Okay, so that's it for me at this time.
Thank you, Chief. I don't know if you want to add, or is the same of what's going on there. Unless you want to add, go ahead.
I'll just add
Senator.
Customer calling you commissioner.
I don't get paid that much money. I'm a senator.
Okay, in terms of what the chief said, yes. But I'll just add, on the same, we have a young lady. She has, I call her analyst, and she will let us know, okay, for this month, I noticed X amount of shootings. Also in this month, I noticed X amount of burglaries, X amount of, and she gives us that analytical look as to where we have situations. And after her information, that is where we say, okay, good. Since we had X amount of shootings in this community, okay, we need to start to focus in this. And that's how we utilize our technology to try and curtail some of the issues that we see.
Very well, Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up with one more question real quick. Well, one question and a comment. The first comment is that we see that the Frederick City area is starting to light up, and I want to commend those that's responsible for highways being lighted. I noticed that you deliberately didn't say anything. One of my Frederick City senators.
Sure,
nonetheless, progress is being made in that area, so I want to say thank you to them on that. But I provided $500,000 for the pilot red light program. Again, is there any movement in us being able to address that? And we know that the red light program is for us to be able to do enforcement, camera systems at our intersections, and be able to do enforcement or be able to attract a vendor that could do some enforcement in that area. Any progress being made by the Virgin Islands Police Department in that funding?
Assistant Commissioner Brooks, you have an answer for that? Assistant Commissioner Brooks.
Media, help out Commissioner Brooks with his mic.
My mic is fine.
If not, Commissioner, we
IT
could always reach back
director
to the police commissioner later on. But if you have information, go ahead.
Okay, so that question, I'll direct that question. I can tell you yes, Senator, but I'll direct that question to Director Tweed, IT Director, for more intricate information relative to that.
Good afternoon again, Kishana Tweed, IT Director. We've had conversations with vendors in regards to being able to implement that pilot project, utilizing software to control that red light camera project. So we are basically in the preliminary stages of that project of gathering information.
And also, Clint, I know your question also goes along the lines of the vendor. We did, in fact, have discussions with several vendors relative to that program. We're still going through the selection process, but we can provide some more information to you offline as to exactly where we are in that process. But I can assure you it's moving forward.
Thank you very much, Senate President. Noel Francis, for your line of question. Before I go to the next senator, which will be Senator Carla Joseph, in your testimony, you spoke about this shot spotters, and I know that you didn't have a lot of range. Have you extended, and if you did extend it, did you extend to a lot of those hot areas that you'll be getting a lot of calls to, and if you have reached your range as far as the hot spots with the shot spotter being able to detect?
So initially, the coverage area was established in the areas, like you said, were hot areas. We didn't have it everywhere we needed, so when it was expanded to areas that were additional hot areas. There are still some areas that require coverage, but of course that requires more money. So we did prioritize.
If I may add to ACL school, he is correct. We initially started off a little over 4.5 square miles coverage territory-wide. We've since expanded our program to just short of 10 square miles, which covers the St. John area also. The analytics that comes along with that software is quite enhanced, and it supports our planning and research development division under Director Watley. That speaks directly to what DC Cornelius was speaking about. To gathering that information, that helps us in our investigative processes where we could focus our attention, be it whether it's present deterrence or intel-driven police practices. So that technology is being utilized at its max at this time.
If this technology is being utilized and if it's helping us, please, when you guys come to the finance committee, bring your attention, bring your stats, bring your information, and show them the need, if they need to be expanded, and what the cost is going to be. We can't leave no stone unturned. We got to make sure that our people are safe. Go ahead.
I always need more money, Senator, so if you want to give us more, by all means, we can take it.
I know the finance chair, that's what I send you to them. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much. I want to, and good afternoon to everyone. I want to start off my line of questioning by stating a quote by W.E.B. Du Bois, and all of us should be familiar with that great author. He said, "But the chief problem in any community cursed with crime is not punishment of criminals, but the preventing of the young from being trained to crime." Now, I want to go back to my questions regarding, and just touch on it briefly. I know Ms. McIntosh indicated, and I had asked for a point of information, and it wasn't answered regarding the location of the PAL in the St. Thomas district, and I was told, I heard by Ms. McIntosh that it's now located in the Anna's Retreat Center. So thank you so much for answering that question. Now, I just want to touch briefly on where are we with the weed and seed programs in both Island District. Assistant Commissioner Brooks, I know you said it was being evaluated. Has the evaluation been completed? for the weed and seed programs?
The Weed and Seed program is active. I don't have that information. in
Okay,
front
so
of me.
I have really put a little bug in the air of the chairperson for the committee and youth to really call you guys in and have a more graduated discussion on it, because we can't have young people just not being active and not being engaged in any type of structured program where they can see a difference compared to what may be in their community. And so we need to get a report, and that especially given that we have allocated in the budget a sizable amount of money, 90,000 for St. Thomas Weed and Seed and 90,000 for St. Croix Weed and Seed. So that's a total of $180,000, and we need to know how it's being spent, what is happening, especially in light of that summer is quickly approaching. And I want to just go on to another question relative to, and I'll just be really quick with these questions so I could get some answers. Number 5 on your testimony, page 5, where persons are taking advantage of the community service officers program. How many persons are in that program? Can anyone indicate?
Director Richards?
There is 10 in St. Thomas and 5 in St. Croix.
Yeah, total of 15, thank you. And then what's the number of cold cases that we have?
Cold cases.
Cold cases.
That is not information that we have handy, but we can get it to you.
Okay, thank you. Send that information to the chair. Number of missing persons reports that are under investigation or that we have received.
We could provide that information
Okay,
to you.
that's through the chair
Yes,
again.
through the chair.
All right, number of criminal cases being investigated.
Senator, if you could provide us with that list of
Okay,
items.
I have, it's
Yes.
through the chair. So the number of criminal cases, the number of missing persons, the number of cold cases. Also, because we want to see, how we can support. I see that Crime Stoppers, and I'm gonna go switch to the other side, tools that we can use to fight crime. Prevention is one, and now the crime fighting tools that we need to arm ourselves with. So how is Crime Stoppers working out? Are we still getting a lot of calls from persons anonymously with Crime Stoppers? Can anybody talk about that?
Yes, Chief Stephen Philip, St. Thomas St. John Warren District. Up to today, we get calls from Crime Stoppers or emails with really to information for certain cases that is happening. So that happens all the time, basically almost every day. We're still getting information all the time. So the investigators have to vet that information, make sure that that information is vetted properly, and we go from there with the investigation.
Okay, now okay, thank you. I wanted to also ask a question relative to the $1.5 million that you have for the purchase to expand the camera system that you have. What is the source of funds?
Good afternoon, Florence Clersant, Federal Grant Coordinator. The source of funds is the Department of Interior. The funding was distributed to the Office of Management and Budget and sub-awarded to the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Okay, is this a reimbursable fund? Meaning that we have to spend the money and then get reimbursement from the Department of Interior, or do we draw down?
We draw down.
Okay, no reimbursement, that's very good. Now, how far along, when was this grant funded?
It was funded in the year 2020.
Okay, and what is your expiration time frame?
2025.
2025. How much of it have you expended?
$0.
That's not good. Where are we in the process to identify? I know you spoke about the contractor. Where are we in the process to identify the contractor to install the cameras?
Kishana Tuda, I'll go ahead and speak on that. Right now, we are currently working with the vendor to amend the existing contract that we have in place.
Oh, what's the name of the vendor?
SmartNet is the name of the vendor.
SmartNet. Okay. And how have we paid SmartNet any monies yet? I'm sorry, my time? Mr. Interim
Yes, your
Chairman?
time. Just wrap up on that question, please.
Okay. Have we paid the SmartNet? What the amount have we paid SmartNet?
We can't pay SmartNet until we have amended the contract. So until we amend the contract, we won't be able to utilize that funding.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say thank you so much for the time, and we really need to spend that money before it gets recaptured. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
I'd just like to quickly try to answer a question regarding weed and seed. The weed and seed coordinator, her name is Rachel Stanley. She's been very productive. She's working on 2 programs she has coming up, 2 youth-related programs. One is an outreach program, and the other is a golfing tournament. Those, we should be hearing about those in the media in short order, maybe in the next week or so.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Assistant Commissioner, for your response. Point of information, Senator Capehart, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to just follow up on other units in the department. If you can give an update as to the forensic operations facility. I think there was a new facility being up and running in St. Thomas, and the police shooting range on St. Thomas, if there's been any improvements there, and also the impound facilities, if there are any improvements on those facilities also. So those 3, forensic operations, the firing range, and the impound facility.
Okay, Mrs. Brian McIntosh.
Hi, good afternoon. Andrea Brian McIntosh, Properties VIPD. So with regards to forensics office in Sub-Bay St. Thomas, yes, we have done some repairs there. We had some stuff pending. The roof was repaired. We have some doors to have, and this is outside a scope that we had. So with the most recent rains that we noticed that there were some issues with the doors. So we're waiting for a quote for those. The impound lot has recently been cleaned up and cleared up in St. Thomas. And the other one you asked about?
The other one I had was the firing range in St.
Firing
Thomas.
range. I think we needed to work on some lights at the firing range. That's it.
Okay.
So, Senator Capehart, I'm wondering, your question is relative to the firing range on St. Thomas, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we partnered with the Virgin Islands National Guard to aid us in conducting some repairs over that range. Those repairs have since been done. However, the intent, the plan of Commissioner Martinez is to actually upgrade that range to a more, not only safer, but more modern type facility to allow for better and safer execution of those qualifications in that district, over here in this district. So we are currently sitting now with the National Guard to work on our way forward to continue the repairs and the upgrading of that facility. But it is open now. It has been repaired to the point where it's very functional. But our intent is to actually upgrade it and build a facility on that compound in the very near future, along, like I said, along with the partnership of the Virgin Islands National Guard.
What about the accessibility of the road? Because the road, I remember, was really bad.
Yeah, it includes that. It includes the retrograding of the roadway straight taking you out to the range.
Thank you, A.C. Brooks. Mr. Chair, if I may, just one point of personal privilege. About a week ago...
We ain't really reached that part yet, you know, but I'll let you go. I was going to give the point of personal privilege after, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're the best. I just want to say, like a week ago when I had my committee of rules, my opening statement was that we in the territory, we need to start looking at what's happening on the mainland, like Senate President mentioned earlier before. So we need to start really looking at what if. What if all of these things that's happening on the mainland, Kentucky, Tennessee, all of these different states, that it starts trickling down here in the VI. I know you've heard it from some of my colleagues, but we really need to really put this on the forefront and start thinking about collaboration with the governor, the attorney general, the senators, everybody, that we need to come together, police commissioner, police department, because we have a small community and everybody is seeing what's happening. And what happened last week, Sunday, somebody even said, Diane, you got goat mouth. Because the same thing I said, that we need to start thinking about this and preparing. So I am pleading to this department that we take this very serious, because something like that would happen Sunday. We don't know if it could have been prevented, if we had more police presence. So we need to start really looking at these activities that's happening in our community and have more police presence. And also my condolences go out to the families who've lost their family members through violence and taking of their own lives. I am giving my condolences, because losing individuals is not an easy thing for us to deal with. So my condolences go out to these families. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, and I'm receiving messages that the VIPD wants to get out of here to fight crime, and to prevent crime. So I'll try to hurry it up. But you know, I just stepped out, and in the space of time of stepping out, I just got a text message. And it was a little troubling, but at the same time, I could understand why the teacher would just sit there and not intervene. But I just saw like a little brawl in a classroom right here on St. Croix. But I must applaud the young men that stepped in to try to break it up. But we need to do something. Earlier, someone spoke about how we're going to curb crime and whatnot. But I always say, if we want to take back our streets, we need to take back our homes first.
Right.
And parents need to understand that. This type of behavior that we're seeing in school, they're seeing it elsewhere, and they're seeing it in the adults. And they feel like they could go to school and perform with that type of behavior. You know, when I went to school, I kept in the front of my head, in the back of my head, and in the two sides of my head, Darius and Keith. Because if I had ever embarrassed them, it would have been trouble when I get back home. And they had no cell phone then. But these children are able to go to school and have this type of behavior in the classroom in front of their teachers. Hopefully, that'll be addressed. Let me close out here and ask just a couple of questions. I wanted to go to accidents. That's why I wanted traffic and whatnot here too. So St. Croix, you can answer. St. Thomas, you can answer, although it should be happening in both districts. One of the things that I want to see happening again is that corroboration between the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Department of Public Works. All of you sitting here are taxpayers. And when we have these accidents occurring on our roadways that result in property damage, do you realize that every time the government put up, how you call it, one of them guardrail, somebody trying to knock it down? And only the new ones are knocking down. Every time you put up a stop sign, somebody knocking it down.
It's true.
I am asking the Virgin Islands Police Department, are we coordinating with the Department of Public Works so that when these property damages occur, that we're sharing these reports with the Department of Public Works so that we can go after these individuals, private insurance, if they are or were negligent in that accident.
I'm not aware of any current collaboration regarding that subject, but that is something that I can look into and get back to you on. If it's not happening, it should happen. I agree.
Thank you. Chief in Ida District, I don't want to put you on the limb, but if that's not happening, I'm going to ask you all to just convey to your traffic commanders any accidents involving property damage, especially government property damage, because the private property owner, they're going to go after the insurance anyway. But the government, we need to do the same thing.
Senator, I'll tell you, I know Commander Joseph was doing that. I would have to just follow up if anything has stopped. But I know anytime we had an accident where a stop sign or anything having to do with government property, he used to hand the report number over to Public Works. So I know they were doing that. I would just have to make sure it's continuing.
Okay, I want to make sure that that's happening. St. Thomas.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon again, Captain Jarvis. I am in constant communication with Mr. Orville Isaac as well as Commissioner Gabriel, and we do make sure that they get these reports. I think sometimes I talk to Mr. Isaac too many times in a week, but we're always in constant communication concerning these accidents that damage the property, the government property, public property, or private, and they do get the reports.
Don't think you're talking to you too much time, man. Talk to you some more. Thank you. Continue the good work. Thank you. The activated alarms. We know that any activated alarm over 3 times responding to the same property over 3 times in 1 month, we're supposed to be billing them. VIPD, are we billing these individuals?
Yes.
Yes or no?
No.
No. I'm hearing no. I don't know who said no, and I ain't going to put you on the spot. But I want to tell you all, let's start doing that. The last time we had this conversation, you all did promise that we would start doing that. I need for your fiscal office to be able to receive that information, and the only way that they could send out the billing is for that information to be forwarded to them. So please, let's look into that. Anything over 3 calls in 1 month is supposed to start a billing process. My colleague from Savannah spoke to water vessels. I just need for the VIPD, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the Virgin Islands Fire EMS Services to start putting their heads together so that we can look at marine rescue apparatus. All right? We live in the Virgin Islands. We traverse the waters on a daily basis. We have major activities going on in either island districts and people out there on the water. A lot of our accidents been taking place in the middle of the night. So I want to be comfortable enough to know that our folks in the emergency response units have the proper tools to go out and be able to assist. The other day, I was made to understand that there was a marine rescue in the middle of the night. I don't understand how a boat coming from Buck Island end up all the way over there by St. Croix by the sea, and then our folks have to get out there. But there's reefs out there. I used to be on the water, so I know personally that you can't take a big marine vessel and get out there. Does the department own any jet skis? The answer is no. Don't take so long. The answer is no. So I'm saying this because I want you all to talk about these things so that during the budget season, we could see these things in there, that these are your true needs, so that we can be able to perform these marine rescues in a safe manner. All right? The Kokami covered all they want. When they got charter flight leaving from one district to the next, in the middle of the night, that'll tell them, see, I'll be over the next day. All right? So, yeah. The big brother I always say, you're a coward, but the coward that live to see the next day, right? coming up, closing here now. What's the status of the? So I heard about the K9 unit. I'm not going to beat that. I really think that we need to step up the K9 unit. But after this meeting, I do intend to follow up so we could have a sit-down, closed door, and have some true discussions. Okay, gentlemen? We could shoot some ideas and whatnot. We could even have some folks from the retired police organization in the room. It's just to see how we could best help the police department. I wanted to know the status of the bomb unit. We still have a bomb unit? I don't want that on record, but we need to know the status of the bomb unit, the School Security Bureau, because there's talks by some individuals within the Department of Education that wants to create their own school security unit within there. But the law already speaks that the school security unit or the School Security Bureau falls under the Virgin Islands Police Department. So I'm not in support of doing that. And it takes away a good enforcement tool from the Department of Education if we were to actually make those individuals peace officers. Then we can't search lockers, we can't search desks and whatnot. We're going to be taking away a major tool, as you know. So I wish that even in the in-service training, that they would have some of this in-service training so that they can understand some of the legal techniques that they will be taking away from themselves if they were to get that status. BOLO and APB. While here during lunch, I got a text message from an individual asking for me to make this inquiry on BOLOs or APBs. BOLOs being be on the lookout for those of you who don't know the terminology, and the APB all points bulletins. And what they're saying is that yes, the VIPD is putting out these BOLOs and APBs, but sometimes they're lacking some good information. They're lacking description of individual. They're lacking exactly what the individual is wanted for, and it's lacking which island district you're looking for these individuals. So standardize your BOLOs and your APBs, please. Standardize them, both St. Thomas and both St. Croix, St. Thomas and John districts, so that there could just be one fill in the blank. Okay?
Yes,
there's so much more, but I'll stop there. I got an announcement that I was told to make sure that I convey, and I think the good Senate President alluded to it, that the Governor Juan Francisco Luis Hospital announced today that they're planning to move, yes, he did say this, to the JFL North this coming weekend to maintain safety of the patients during the move. The hospital is putting restrictions on hospital visitations beginning at 7 p.m. this Friday, April 21st through 8:30 a.m. on Monday, April 24th. They are also asking for the community to avoid the area around the hospital campus, particularly Pepper Tree Road, especially on Saturday while the move is taking place. Well, sir, I hope they got VIPD assistance. CEO Doug Cook also wants residents to try to prevent needing hospital services over the weekend. He said they will be able to handle emergencies, but if there are any multiple incidents like what occurred last weekend due to violence, it will jeopardize the move and delay the process completely. So we need to tell them, we need to let everyone know to be on their best behavior. And it should be at all times, not just during this move. All right? I had to hold back what I really wanted to call them, because I don't understand what it is they're doing. And I also, in closing, want to remind individuals that yesterday, April 18th, was your deadline for filing your taxes. Ladies and gentlemen sitting before me, I hope all of you did your taxes. Those of you making all this overtime and whatnot, I hope you too have submitted your taxes. But on the serious side, if you haven't, please do so immediately, all right? But yesterday was the deadline. I want to thank the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Office of Highway Safety for your presentation today. I'm looking forward to having discussions like these off the record so that we, from a legislative standpoint, can assist the Virgin Islands Police Department more in acquiring your resources. Don't be afraid to ask, because you need resources, all right? We're up against, times have changed, but we need to get the resources to you, and we can't get the resources to you if we don't know that you're lacking it, all right? So thank you all so much for your testimony, for your candid responses today, and I want to salute all of you, both sworn and civilian. We're in April. We're nearing National Police Week, which is celebrated in the month of May. And I want to encourage the department to not forget your civilian employees during National Police Week. Before we left, we made sure that the civilians too were recognized during this time, because we stand on their shoulders for a lot of things. All right? And there was 3 names that I wanted to state, because I truly believe too that if we had people like this with their true dedication and love for what they did, that we would live in a better and safer community. But I know times have changed. But people like Sergeant Anita Christian, Juvenile Bureau, Virgin Islands Police Department, from Public Safety to Virgin Islands Police Department, James Fitzner, Assistant Attorney General with the U.S. Attorney's Office. I mean, real aggressive. When you see these guys take a case to court, I could say almost 8 out of 10 times people were looking to plea bargain. You know, I need for our local AG office today to be a bit more aggressive, because what we're learning is that a lot of these bail issues that we're having is because the Attorney General's office isn't as aggressive as what they should be. And long ago, we had some officers that were almost officers/attorneys, and if the attorney was slacking, they would have been in the ear telling them, listen, no, we can't afford for this guy to be back on the street again. So hopefully, and the last one, Raymond L. Finch, Honorable Raymond L. Finch, sitting on the bench in territorial court. I remember going before him, and because of people like him and Judge Cabret and whatnot, I think they made me a better officer. So if you could find people like these that are so dedicated and true to what they're doing, please work alongside them and just continue to perform to the best of your ability. Again, thank you to all of you. Thank you to the men and women in blue. I don't necessarily like your new uniform, but we'll talk about that later. Thank you so much, staff, everyone from the legislature. I'm not calling everybody, breaking it down, but thank you all for all that we do. We have some youngsters coming in, and I want to be able to clear our conference room on St. Croix. Attorney, please bear with me. Sorry, tell me your name again. Huh? Oh my gosh. Say that? No. Can you I'll have you put your name on the record, please, attorney, one of our newest attorneys with us, so that the community can see and know your name as well. You'll see why I don't want to pronounce her name.
Attorney Holly Fulkerson.
Thank you. And welcome, Attorney Holly. I'll stick with Holly.
That's perfect.
I know you have some youngsters here that they're participants from the. Okay, you could let the public know. I want to close out, but you let them know, because we have some youngsters in here that's doing good stuff. They're not just fighting in the classrooms. They're also here at the legislature. So pull the mic closer to you so that they can hear you, please.
These are kids from the Seventh-day Adventist school, and they were in the moot court competition yesterday.
Can you all come closer so that you can be recognized?
They were 2 of the 6 teams that were chosen to advance. They did well enough that now they're advancing to the second round. And they're here to practice. We're going to spend some time tonight practicing. The second round is tomorrow.
And the second round being tomorrow where? And
It's virtual this year because it's St. Thomas and St. Croix arguing, battling each other. So it's going to be a virtual event.
all righty. So, you better win, you know. But put the camera and.
Yes, Central and Complex and Good Hope Country Day. Actually, Good Hope Country Day took first, and Central and Complex second and third, and these two teams, and there's one more team that was advanced, and I don't remember which one that was. I apologize.
So the youngsters that are here are from the SDA,
Yep,
Seventh-day
Seventh Day,
Adventists?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, welcome. First time at the Chambers? All right, you've been practicing here, okay.
They've been
good.
practicing.
Go, okay, good. Good place to practice anyway. So we will vacate the Chambers so that y'all could bring home the bacon. Who don't eat pork, that's a business. But the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Wednesday, April 19, 2023 is hereby, and I want to say happy carnival in advance, hereby adjourned.